bull calf. All right, welcome in everybody. Got 270 head of quality cattle back there today. Shouldn't be too long of a sale. Here we got a little Angus bull calf here from Beaver Lake Beef Program, born 9/9/25. His father would be a WSU Conrad. Mother by a quality commercial cow. Here we go. Little bull calf here. $800 here. Maybe 800. 600 here. It'll get 5. It'll be 800 here. 5, 6 here, and 7. Now 8. Now 9. It'll be 9 here. It'll be 1,000 here. It'll be 1,100. It'll be 12. How about 11.25? It'll be 11.50 here. It'll be 11.50. 11.25. It'll be 11.50. 11.75. 11.75. It'll be 1,200 here. It'll be 12.25. It'll be 12.50 here. It'll be 12.75. 500. It'll be 12.75. It'll be 1,300 here. It'll be 13.25, 13.50 here, and it'll be 13.75, 5, 1,400, it'll be 14.25, it'll be 14.50, it'll be 14.75, 14.75, 14.50 here, it'll be 14.75, 5, 14.50 here, it'll be 14.75, it'll be 14.75, all in, all done. Sold at 14.50 on 63, 14.50, 63, thank you. Hey, look at here, little be 2 weeks old here, and 2 weeks old, and Black Angus here. Lost his mother. Here we go, 1,300 here, maybe 13, maybe 13.50, maybe 1,400 here, 14.25, 14.75, gonna be 15.25, 15.25, 15.50 here, gonna be 15.50, 25, gonna be 15.50, 15.25. 15.50, 15.25, little gonna be 15.50, where little gonna be 15.50, 15, little gonna be all in, all done, all in, all done. 15.25, put it on 63, 15.25, put it on 63. Yeah. Got more bowls coming in. There's another bowl here. Yes, sir. You betcha, little Angus bull here. $2 here. $2 a bag. Be 185, 500, it'll be 185, it'll be 180, it'll be 190, 192, and it'll be 195, 500, it'll be 195, 500, gonna be 197 hand, it'll be 222, gonna be 2 and a hand, it'll be 5 here, gonna be 7 and a half, 210, it'll be 212 and a hand, it'll be 215, it'll be 17 and a half, gonna be 220 here, gonna be 222 and a hand, 225, 225, 227 and a hand, it'll be 30 here, it'll be 232 and a hand, gonna be 35, gonna be 37 and a hand, gonna be 40 here, 42 and a hand, gonna be 45, 47 and a hand, gonna be 250, 252 and a hand, gonna be 255, gonna be 257 and a hand, gonna be 230 here, gonna be 260. 257 hand, it'll be 260 where, it'll be 260, 257 hand, it'll be 260 here, it'll be 257 and a half, now 260. 257, it'll be 260, 260, 260, all in, and you got one? 260. You're already 257 and a half, all in, all done. Sold it to you 257 and a half, put it on 258. 442 down here, Sturt cattle here, little buckle face calf here, gets a heifer here, be $3 a pound, $3. Gonna be 302 to hand, 302 to hand, 5, gonna be 307 a hand, gonna be 310, 312 and a half, 315, gonna be 317 a hand, gonna be 320 here. A hand, gonna be 325, 7 and a half, gonna be 330, 332 and a hand, gonna be 335, 337 and a hand, gonna be 340, 42 and a half, gonna be 345, 347 and a hand, gonna be 350, 352 and a hand, gonna be 355, 357 and a hand, gonna be 330 here, 332 and a hand, 335, 337 and a hand, gonna be 370, 372 and a hand, 75, 77 and a half, 380 here, gonna be 382 and a hand, gonna be 385, 32 and a hand, gonna be 385, 55, 387 and a half here, gonna be 390, here, gonna be 392 and a hand, gonna be 395, 397 and a half, gonna be $4 here, gonna be 2 and a hand, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half here, gonna be 410, 412 and a hand, gonna be 415, 417 417 and a half, gonna be 420, 422 and a half, gonna be 425, 24, 27 and a half, gonna be 430 here, and they're gonna be 432 and a half, 435, 437 and a half, gonna be 440, 442 and they're gonna be 445, 447 and a half, gonna be 450 here, 452 and a half, 450 and they're gonna be 452 and a half, 450 and they're gonna be 452 and a half, 450 here, 452 and a half, all in, all done. 450.63, 450.63, thank you. Hey, good size red steer here. $2 here. Two. Thank you. Gonna be 2.5. 2.5. 5 here. And you're gonna be 2.7.5. They're gonna be 2.7.5. 2.7.5. Gonna be 210. 210 up here. 212.5. Now 212. They're gonna be 212.5. Gonna be 215. And a half, gonna be 220, 20 by the pound here, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 227, and gonna be 230 here, and gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 237 and a half here, and gonna be 240, and gonna be 240, 242 and a half, 242, and gonna be 245, gonna be 247 and a half, and gonna be 247 and a half, gonna be 250 here, and gonna be 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, and gonna be 60 here, and gonna be 262, and gonna be 265, 265. 7.5, 270 here, 272 to hang, gonna be 272 to hang, gonna be 275, 275, 277 hang, gonna be 280 here, gonna be 282, 82 and a half, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, gonna be 285, 5, yes sir, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, gonna be 290 here, gonna be 290, 290, 290, 290, 292 and a half here, now 295, 295, gonna be 295, 297 and a half, gonna be $3 here, gonna be 333, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 555, now 305, 305. 302 and a half, gonna be 303, gonna be 303, 33, gonna be 303, 304, gonna be 305, now 5 up top, gonna be 5, 305, 4 here, and gonna be 5 up top. All in, all done. Sold it to you 304, bottom row 600, 304, bottom row 600, thank you. You betcha. I hear steer, brown steer here, $2 here, gonna be 2, gonna be thank you, gonna be 2, 2.5, $2 here, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, 2.5, $2 here, gonna be 2.5, 2.5. 2.5, gonna be 2, 2.5, half hand, gonna be 2 here, gonna be 2, 2.5, $2 here, gonna be 2, 2.5. Am I missing anybody? 2, 2.5, all in, all done. Your way, $2. $2, 250.33. Oh, look at this belted Galloway here. Galloway cross. Send her around there. Around 358. Galloway cross heifer. $2 gonna be 2, gonna be 185, 500, gonna be 185, 185, 180, gonna be 150 on gonna be 50 right there, gonna be 152, gonna be 152 in a hand, gonna be 155, 5, gonna be 150 here, 152, gonna be 160, 160, 157 gonna be 160, where gonna be 157 gonna be 160 here, 157 gonna be 60 here, gonna be 132. 132 and a half, now 5, now 60 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 172 and then gonna be 175, gonna be 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 185 in the door, and then gonna be 187 and a half, half, gonna be 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 185, then gonna be 180, all in, all done, 185 back there, 2 or 3 on the 22s, 2 or 3 on the 22s, thank you. Nice little black calf, little bull here. Nice. It's going to be Sim Angus here. Sim Angus bull. Here we go. Going to be 4 bucks here. Going to be 4. Going to be $4 here. 350. 15. Going to be 350. Going to be 325. Going to be 325. $3. $3 here. Going to be 3. Going to be 285. Going to be 285. 287. Now 290 here, and going to be 292, and going to be 295, 297, and going to be 302 and a half, going to be 5 here, 7, 312 and a half, 15, and going to be 17 and a half, going to be 320 here, and 322 and going to be 325, 7 and a half here, and going to be 330, and 332 and a half, going to be 335, 337 and a half, 40, 342 and a half. I'm gonna be 347 a hand, 350 here, 352 and a hand, gonna be 355, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 360, 362 and a hand, gonna be 335, 332 and a hand, gonna be 335, 362 and a hand, 335, gonna be 37 and a hand, gonna be 370 here, 372 and a hand, gonna be 375, 377 and a hand, gonna be 380 here, a little bit gonna be 380, 382 and a half, now 382 and a hand, gonna be 385, 500, gonna be 382 and a little bit gonna be 385, 382 and a half here, a little bit gonna be 385, 382 and a little bit gonna be 385, all in, all done. Sold at 382 and a half, 258, 382 and a half, 258. Lightweight heifer here. $4 here, gonna be 4, 2 and a half, 4, 2 and a half, 5 hand, gonna be 4, 2 and a half, gonna be 4, 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, gonna be 4, 10 here, gonna be 4, gonna be 4, 12 and a half, gonna be 15, 17 and a half here, gonna be 4, 20, 4, 22 and a half, gonna be 4, 25, 7 and a half, 4, 30, 4, 32 and a half, gonna be 4, 35, 37 and a half, gonna be 4, 40, 4, 42 and a half, gonna be 4, 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 4, 50, 4, 52 and a half, 4, 55, gonna be 4, 57 and a half, gonna be 4, 60 here, gonna be 4, 32 and a half, gonna be 4, 35, 67 and a half, 70, 4, 72 and a half, 4, 75, 77 and a half, gonna be 4, 80, 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, gonna be 490 here, gonna be 492 and a half, gonna be 492 and a half, gonna be 495, 492 and a half, gonna be 495, 492 and a half, gonna be 495, gonna be 497 and a half, 497 and a half, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 5, gonna be 5, 497 and a half, gonna be $5 here, and then gonna be 5, 5, 5, all in, all done. Sold at 497 and a half, put it on 63, 497 and a half, 63, thank you. I know. Here we go. Here, gonna be 225, gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 220. 220, gonna be 225, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 232 and a half, gonna be 235, gonna be 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 5, 47. Here, gonna be 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 257 and a half, gonna be 260, 262 and a half, 262. 235, 232, and gonna be 235, 235, gonna be 237 and a half, gonna be 270, 267 and a half, 270, where the little gonna be 70, 70, 70, 260 and a half, then gonna be 270, where the little gonna be 270, 287 and a half, gonna be 270, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold at 267 and a half right there on 258. Hey, good black heifer, open okay, good black heifer. Jeffcoat cattle here, here he is right here in the ring. Hey, gonna be 225, gonna be 225, gonna be $2 a pound here, $2 there, thank you. Out 2 and a half. Gonna be 5 here, gonna be 7 and a half, 210, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 15, 17 and a half, gonna be 220, 220, gonna be half here, gonna be 225, 27 and a half, gonna be 230 here, and then gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 237 and a half, 230, gonna be 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 41, gonna be 242 and a half, 240, gonna be 242 and a half, here, good heifer, 242 and a half, 5, now 45, 245, then gonna be 247, then gonna be 247 and a half, 247 and a half, gonna be 250, 252, then gonna be 255, 255, 257 and a half, then gonna be 260 here, then gonna be 252 and a half, then gonna be 252 and a half, gonna be 235, gonna be 237 and a half, 70, 272 and a half, 275, gonna be 277 and a half, gonna be 280 here, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 5, gonna be 285, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 2, and a little bit gonna be 282, little bit gonna be 285, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 282 and a half, 85, all sold it to you at 282 and a half. Put it on the 250 by 33s. Thank you. You betcha. Here's another Russell's calves right here. Nice little Hereford heifer here. Little bit gonna be $2 here. Little bit gonna be two. Little bit gonna be $2 here. You said it now. Two. Little bit gonna be 2 and a half. Little bit gonna be 2 and a half. Now 5. Now 7 and a half here. Little bit gonna be 10. Little bit gonna be 212 and a half. Up to date on shots. Gonna be 212. 15, 217 and a half, little bit gonna be 220 here, little bit gonna be 222 and a half, little bit gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 227 and a half, 227, little bit gonna be 227 and a half, 225, little bit gonna be 227 and a half, 227 and a half, now 230 here, little bit gonna be 232 and a half, little bit gonna be 235, 5. 35, little bit gonna be 237 and a half. Now 240, and little bit gonna be 242 and little bit gonna be 245, gonna be 245, little bit gonna be 47 and a half, 247 and a half, gonna be 250. Now 252 and a half, little bit gonna be 255, and little bit gonna be 255, 5, gonna be 257 and a half. 260 here, little bit gonna be 262 and a half, little bit gonna be 265, 5, gonna be 267 and a half. 267 and a half, gonna be 270 here, little bit gonna be 272 and a half, little bit gonna be 275, 5, gonna be 275, 77 and a half. 280 here, little bit gonna be 282 and a half, little bit 287 and a half, gonna be 290 here, gonna be 290, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, gonna be 295, 297 and a half, $3 here, gonna be 333, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 5, gonna be 305, 302 and a half and 5, 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 302 and a half, gonna be 305, all in, all done, sold at 302 and a half, right there, 63, 63, thank you. One more luck here. 3 months bred to a Sim Angus bull. Nice young heifer here. Good for you here. Gonna be 185. 185. Gonna be 165 here. Gonna be 165. 167 hand. Gonna be 170 here. Gonna be 172 to hand. Gonna be 175. Gonna be 177 and a half here. Gonna be 180. 182. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 177 90 here. Gonna be 192 to hand. Gonna be 195. 197 and a half. Now $2 and 202 and a half, gonna be 202 and a half. Got $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half. $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half. $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half. Gonna be 202 and a half. $2 here, all in, all done, all done. $2 your way, 250 straight. Here's another one of them Galloway crosses, I do believe. 357 down there. Galloway cross heifer. Cerulo cattle here. $2 here. Gonna be two. A little something different here. Gonna be two. Now two and a half. Gonna be two and a half. Right there in the 5 here. Gonna be 210. Gonna be 212 and a half. 15 here. 17 and a half. 220. Gonna be 222 to hand. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225 here. Out 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225 7 and a half. Sold it to you 225, John. 203 straight. 203 straight. 2 months bred here. 363. Gonna be another Sim Angus bull on this here. Here we go. $2 a pound. Give me two. Gonna be 2 to hand. Gonna be 205. Who'd be 7 and a half here? Gonna be 210. 210, 12 and a half. 212 and gonna be 215. Gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220, 222 hand. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230 here. 235. 237 and a half. Gonna be 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 47 and a half, gonna be 50, 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, 260, 262 and a half, gonna be 235, 267 and a half, gonna be 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, gonna be 275, 77 and a half, gonna be 280 here, 282 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, gonna be 292, 92 and a half, gonna be 295, 97 and a half, now 297, gonna be $3, 297, gonna be $3 here, gonna be 333, 297, gonna be 3, 297, gonna be 333, gonna be 333, all in, all done. Sold it to you 297 and a half, 258, 297 and a half, 258. Little bull here, and a little Simmental here, and a little bit 250 here, and a little bit 250, 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 255 here, gonna be 257 and a half, gonna be 257 and a half, 260, 262 and a half, gonna be 265, gonna be and a half, 277 and a half, gonna be 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, 270 and gonna be 272 to hand, gonna be 272 to half, cutter bull here, and gonna be 272 and a half, 272 and a half, all in, all the 272 and a half, gonna be 275, 277 and a half, 277 and a half. You guys are right in front of each other. 272 and a half in the ball cap. Behind Greg. 272 and a half. You bidding again? 275, Greg. 277 and a half. Little gonna be 277 and a half. 275 gonna be 270. You got to pick up the pace if you're gonna keep going on this one. 277 gonna be 280. 282 and a half. Little gonna be 282 and a half. Gonna be 282 and a half. Gonna be 285. You're gonna be 287 and a half. Little gonna be 287 and a half. 290 here. Gonna be 292. Then little gonna be 292 and a half. 292 and a half. All done? All done, sir? Sold it to you 290, Greg. 258. 258. Here we go. What do we got? Black steers here. Oh, Frank Sims. There is some Sims cattle here. These are dandies right here. Good breeding here. Quality. 250. 50 right there. Little gonna be 2. Little gonna be 282 to hand. Little gonna be 282 to hand. Gonna be 285. 285 gonna be 282 to hand. Gonna be 260 here. Little gonna be 262 and a half. 265. 265. 265. 267 and a half. 270 here. Little gonna be 2. 272 and a half, 275, 270, going to be 272 and a half, going to be 280, then going to be 280 here, going to be 282 and a half, going to be 285, 287 and a half, 287, going to be 287 and a half. Going to be 287 and a half, 285, then I'm going to be 287 and a half, going to be 290 here, and then I'm going to be 292 and a half, going to be 295, 5, going to be 297 and a half. And a half, 3, then you do 2, and it'll make it be 2 and a half, gonna be 5 here, and it'll make it be 5, 5, 5, 3, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, now 310, 310, 10, 10, then it'll make it be 310, 12 and a half, then it'll make it be 310 here, and it'll make it be 312 and a half, 310, then it'll make it be 312 and a half, 310, then it'll make it be 312 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold them 310 up there, 611, 310, 611, thank you. Yes, sir, grass fed here. Okay. We got some finish type heifers here. They've been on a quality feed, really good feed here, and these things are ready for the meat locker or real close. Pure grass fed right here, and these are the ones. Open okay, been checked. Here we go. Send them to the butcher here. $2 $2 here, $2 here, and a little bit 2 here, and it'll make it be 2, 2 and a half. $2. It'll make it be 2, 2 and a half, half hand. It'll make it be 2, 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half. Buy 1 or 3, and it'll make it be 2. 205, gonna be 2 7 and a half, gonna be 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half, 215, 215, gonna be 17 and a half, gonna be 220, 222 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, gonna be 30, now 32 and a half, 35, 230, gonna be 35, 37 and a half, gonna be 240 here, and it'll make it be 240 and 242 and a half. Dave, you going on them? 242 and a half, 240, and it'll make it be 242 and a half, 240, and it'll make it be 242 and a half, it'll make it be 242 and a half, and 240, and gonna be 242 and a half, 242 and a half, it'll make it be 245, 5, 242 and it'll make it be 245, 247 and a half, it'll make it be 247 and a half, gonna be 250, gonna be 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, it'll make it be 257 and a half, it'll make it be 255, gonna be 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 285, 257 and a half, gonna be 260 here, it'll make it be 260 here, 257 and a half, it'll make it be 260, 257, it'll make it be 257 and a half, it'll make it be city, it'll make it be 257 and a half, gonna be 260, 257 and a half, 260, is that gonna work for you? 257 and a half, sold them to you there, Cindy. Buyer number 626. You cool with all 3 of those? You. Here we go. One more look, Russell. These are nice calves here. 387, 384. Good calm ones here. Quality calves here. Poker cattle. Here we go. Got be 250 here. Got be 250. 225, 225, 225, 5, 225, 225, 5, $2 here, 222, now 2, 2, 2, 2 and a half, 5 here, and going to be 7 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, they're going to be 215 here, and going to be 217 and a half, going to be 220, 220, 222 and a half, they're going to be 225, 5, going to be 227 and a half, going to be 230, 230. These ones are on Facebook. 232 and a half, they're going to be 235, they're going to be 237 and a half, going to be 240 here, and going to be 240 and 242 and a half, 245, they're going to be 245, going to be 247 and a half here, and going to be 250, 252 and a half, 255, 255, going to be 257 and a half, going to be 260 here, and going to be 280. 282 and a half, 262 and a half, 265, 260, and then going to be 285, going to be 287 and a half, 287 and a half, going to be 270 here, now 272 and a half, going to be 272 and a half, going to be 272 and a half, going to be 272 and a half, yes, 272 and a half, 275, 275, then going to be 277 and a half, 277, then going to be 277 and a half, 275 here, going to be 277 and a half, 270, then going to be 277 and a half, 270, then going to be 275, going to be 277 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold them 275, 250 buy. 33. 438 down there, 439. Little Angus heifers, 2 Angus heifers. 2 heifers. It'll get me $4 here. It'll get me $4 here. $4 here. Here and then it'll give me $4. $4. 380 here and then it'll give me 380 here and then Greg, these work for you here and then it'll give me 380 a pound here and then it'll give me 380, 380, 380, 80 and then little Angus here and then it'll give me 380, 350 here and then it'll give me 350 right there. Now 350 and then it'll give me 352 and a half, 350 and then it'll give me 352 and a half, 350 and then it'll give me 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 and then it'll be 352 and a half, 355, 5, gonna be 357 and a half, 3 Gonna be 330, 332 to hang. Gonna be 335, 5, 5, 5. Gonna be 365, 365, 367 and a half, 367 and a half, 370. Now 372 to hang. By the pound, 372 to hang. Gonna be 372 to hang. Gonna be 375, 5, 5, 375, 377 and a half, 377 and a half, 377 to hang. Gonna be 380, 382 to hang. Gonna be 382 to hang. Gonna be 382 to hang. Gonna be 385, 5, 5. Gonna be 387 and a half, 387 and a half. Now 390 here. Gonna be 390. Gonna be 392 to hang. 395. Gonna be 395. 397 and a half, 397 and a half, gonna be $4 in, gonna be 4 and a 4, 2 and a half, gonna be 4, 2 and a half, gonna be 405, 5, 5. Yes, sir, 405. Gonna be 405. You doing that? 407 and a half, 407 and a half, little bit who to be 10, 10, 10, gonna be 410, 407, little bit who to be 10, 10, 410, 407 and a half, 410. He knows I said it, all in, all done. Sold it to you 407 and a half, 618, 618, thank you. Here we go. We got a couple fancy British whites here. In April. Easy going calves here. Date on shots, been dewormed. Ready for their next chapter. Both of them 470 pounds. $3 here. Three. $3 a band. 250. 250 here. 250 right there. 252 to hand. 255. 257 and a half. 260 here. 252 to hand. 265. 7 and a half, 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, 275, 277 and a half, 277 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 285, $3, 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 5, 5, 307 and a half here, and then gonna be 307 and a half, 310, 310, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, gonna be 312 and a half, gonna be 315 here, and then gonna be 317 and a half, 317 and a half, gonna be 320, gonna be 322 and a half, gonna be 325, 5, 5, gonna be 325, 325, 327 and a half. Gonna be 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, 327 and a half, 330, 332 and a half, 332 and a half, gonna be 332 and a half here, and then gonna be 332 and a half, gonna be 335, and then gonna be 337 and a half, 337, and then gonna be 337 and a half, gonna be 337 and a half, 337 and a half, gonna be 340 here, and then gonna be 342 and a half, and then gonna be 342 and a half, 342 and a half, gonna be 345, gonna be 347 and a half, gonna be 347 and a half, 347 and a half, gonna be 350, 350, and then gonna be 352 and a half, and then gonna be 352 and a half, 355, 5, gonna be 355. 357 357 and a half, 355, 357 and a half. They're from my house. 357 and a half, 360 here, and a little bit 332 and a half, a little bit 330 here, and a little bit 332 and a half, 360 here, and a little bit 332 and a half, 360, 362 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold them to you 360, 603. Thank you, sir. 360, 603. Thank you. Here we go. Choker bull here. Been on Facebook. Nice black white face bull here. He's a beauty out of registered parents. Here we go. 250 here. 252 and $3. 302 and a half. Gonna be 555. What's that? 350, and then gonna be 352 to hand, gonna be 355, 5, and then 355, gonna be 357 and a half, 360, 362 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 370 here, gonna be 372 and a half, 375, 77 and a half, gonna be 380, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 387 and a half, gonna be 390, gonna be 392 and a half, 395, 5, 5, 397 and a half, 397 and a half, 395, gonna be 397 and a half, 395, gonna be 397 and a half, gonna be 395, gonna be 397 and a half, 397 and a half, all in, all done. 395, 258, 395, 258. What's that back tag there? Anybody get a look at it? 385? I think it's 385. Here we go. Nice there. Beautiful heifer here. She's perfect. She's $3 here. Gonna be 302 and a half. Gonna be 302 and a half. $3, 2.5, 5 here, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 302 and a half, now 5, 302 gonna be 5, 5, 5, gonna be 5, 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 7.5, 310, gonna be 312 and a half, gonna be 315, gonna be 17 and a half, 320, 322 and a half, 325, 27 and a half, 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half. 5, 5, 5, 335, gonna be 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, gonna be 337 and a half, now 340, 342 and a half, gonna be 345, gonna be 347 and a half, 350, 352 and a half, 355, 350, 360, 360 here, gonna be 332 and a half, 330, gonna be 332 and a half, 360 here, gonna be 332 and a half, 360 here, gonna be 330, gonna be 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half, 362 and a half, all in, all done, 360 right here, 615, 615, thank you. Charlotte Wilder cattle, Angus cross steers here. Here's some good ones here. Little, 350, 350, gonna be 355, gonna be 357 hand, 350 here, 352 hand, 355, gonna be 357 hand, 370. 75, 77 hand, gonna be 80 here, who'd have 82 and a hand, 385, 87 hand, 90 here, gonna be 392 and a hand, 390, 397 a hand, gonna be $4 here, and 4 2 and a half, 4 5 5 5 7 10 10. Now 12 and a hand, gonna be 415, 417 and a half, 420 here, 2.5, 425, 27 and a half, 430, 432 and a half, gonna be 435, 37 and a half, 440, 42 and a half, 445, 447 and a half, 447, and I'm gonna be 450 here, gonna be 452 and a half, 455, 455, gonna be 457 and a half, 460, 462 and a half, now 46, little gonna be 462 and a half, 465, 467 and a half, 467 and a half, gonna be 470, now 470 here, little gonna be 470 here, who'd be 472 and a half, half, 475, 55, 477 and a half, 477 and a half here, 475, gonna be 477 and a half, 477 and a half, 40 here, little gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 55, who'd be 47 and a half, gonna be 490, 490, 492 and a half, gonna be 495, 55, 492 and a half, gonna be 495, 495, 492 and a half, gonna be 495, 492 and a half, who'd be 495, 55, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 492 and a half, 250. Buy 5. Same deal here. Charlotte Wilder cattle here, good black-hatted cattle here, how about 450, 450, 420, 425, 425 right there, and a 427 and a half, 420, gonna be 427 and a half, gonna be 430 here, gonna be 432 and a half, 430. 37 and a half, gonna be 440 here, 442 and a half, gonna be 445, 47 and a half, gonna be 450, 450, 452 and a half, 455, gonna be 450. 460, gonna be 462 and a half, 465, 55, 465, 55, 467 and a half, 470 here, in the middle, gonna be 472 and a half, gonna be 470 here, gonna be 472 and a half, gonna be 472 and a half, 472 and a half, 470, 472 and a half, 475, 477 and a half, 480 here, in the middle, gonna be 480, 42 and a half, gonna be 42 and a half, 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, 40 here, in the middle, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 42 and a half, 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, all in, all done. Right here, 480, put it on 605, 480, 605, thank you. This is going to be a single Charlotte Wilder heifer here. Hey, gonna be 425, 5. Be 425, 420, 25, 5. You say here, gonna be $4 here. 4, now 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, gonna be 10, gonna be 10, 10, 10, 410 here, gonna be 410, 12 and a half, gonna be 415, 415, 17 and a half, 420, gonna be 422 and a half, gonna be 425, 5, gonna be 425, 5, 427 and a half, 30, now 430, 432 and a half, gonna be 435, gonna be 435, 5, 437 and a half, gonna be 440 here, gonna be 440, 437 and a half, 440, 437 and a half, gonna be 440 where, 440, 442 and a half, 445, gonna be 447 and a half, 447 and a half, 447 and a half, 445. 447 and a half, gonna be 445, gonna be 447 and a half, all in, all done. 445, 258. Another one here, yeah, Angus steer, Wilder cattle. $3 here. Let me get 3, 2 and a half. Let me get 5, gonna be 7 and a half. Gonna be 10, 10, gonna be 12 and a half. 15, 17 and a half. 320. Let me get 17 and let me get 320. Let me get 320, 20, 20, 317 and a half. 320, 317 and a half. Let me get 320. Where? Let me get 320, 20, 317 and let me get 320, 320, 320, 20, 20 right there. 322 and a half. Now 325. Let me get 327 and a half. Gonna be 327 and a half. Gonna be 330, 332 and a half. 335. Gonna be 337 and a half. 340, 342 and a half. 345. 47 and a half, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 352 and a half, 355, 57 and a half, 60, 62 and a half, 65, 5, gonna be 335, 367 and a half, 370, now 372 and a half, 375, 377 and a half, 377 and a half, 375, gonna be 370 and a half, who'd be 80, 380, 380 here, gonna be 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 5, 387 and a half, gonna be 390 here, who'd be 392 and a half, 395, 397 and a half here, who'd be $4 here, gonna be 402 and a half, $4 here, who'd be 402 and a half, $4 here, gonna be 402 and a half, all in, all done. All in, all done. $4 down here. 605. $4. 605. Thank you. Perfect. Thanks for filling in, Russell. Appreciate it. Thanks for bringing your calves. Hey, we're getting into the Rickner cattle here. Rickner cattle out of stock here. Look at these dandies. They don't get any better than this right here. Here we go. Nice steers here. Black-hided steers here. Look at 350. 350 here. 352 and a half. You want two? $4 for two. Now 2.5. We got to be looking at 2.5. We doing gate cut? Or you got two picked out? Gate cut. Or 2.5. It'll be 5. It'll be 405 here. 405 here. We're back to you. 405. 407 and a half. 10 here. 412 and a half. It'll be 415. It'll be 415. 415. It'll be 4 here. It'll be 17 and a half. Here. It'll be 417 and a half. 15. It'll be 417 and a half. It'll be 415. 415. It'll be 417 and a half. It'll be 417 and a half. 415. It'll be 417 and a half. 417 and a half. All in, all done. 415. 2 on the scale. Buyer number 603. Thank you. Use your door to stop them next time. Use your door. Hey, where's There it is. Here we go. $4 here. It'll be $4 a pound here. It'll be 4. 385. 385. Where here? It'll be 385. 385. 500. It'll be 385. 500. It'll be 350. 352. It'll be 350. It'll be 352 to hand. 350. It'll be 352 and a half. 350 here. It'll be 352 to hand. It'll be 350. It'll be 352 and a half. 350 here. It'll be 352 to hand. It'll be 352 to half. Half and 350 here. 352 to hand. It'll be 355. 357 and a half. 357 and a half. 60 here. It'll be 32 to hand. It'll be 367 and a half, 370 here, and then I'm going to be 372 and a half, going to be 375, 77 and a half here, and then I'm going to be 80 here, going to be 82 and a half, going to be 382 and a half, and 85, 87 and a half, and then I'm going to be 387 and a half, going to be 390 here. 392 and a half, and 390 here, going to be 392 and a half, 390 here, and then I'm going to be 392 and a half, and then I'm going to be 390 here, and going to be 392 and a half, 390 here, and then I'm going to be 392 and a half, going to be 392 and a half, 390 here, and going to be 392 and a half, all in, all done, 390, 258, 390, 258. Betcha. Cattle here, Rickner cattle here. Hey, 385, 385 here. Going to be 385, 387 and a half. 385, going to be 387 and a half. Good calm cattle here, and good calm cattle. They're going to right to work. 385, they're going to be 387 and a half. Then they're going to be 387 and a half. 390 here, and they're going to be 392 and a half. 395, 397 and a half. Here to be 4 and 4, 2 and a half. Going to be 405, 402 and a half. Going to be 405, 55, 4, 2 and a half. 2 and 5. You win. Now 5, 405, 4, 2, it'll make it be 405 here, 4, 2.5, 405, 5, 7.5, now 410, 412, it'll make it 415, gonna be 17 and a half, gonna be 420 here, 417 and a half, gonna be 420, 417 and a half, gonna be 20, 20, 417 and a half, 420, 417, it'll make it be 420, 20, 20, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 417 and a half, 605, 417 and a half, 605, thank you. Yeah. Here we go, 505. 17, same man's cattle here, Rickner steer, Rickner cattle here. $4 here, it'll be 4, 2.5, half hand, it'll make it 4.5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 7 hand, it'll make it be 410 here, it'll make it be 4, 12 and a half, it'll be 415, 17.5, 420, 422.5, 425, 7.5. 30 here, 432 and a half, it'll make it be 432 and a half, 435, 437 and a half, 440, 442 and a half, gonna be 445, gonna be 447 and a half, 445, it'll make it be 447 and a half, 445, it'll make it be 447 and a half, 447 and a half, 450 here, it'll make it be 450 and 452 and a half, 455, 452, it'll make it be 455, 452, it'll make it be 455, 452 and a half, gonna be 455, 5, 455, 452 and a half, and 5, 452 and a half, gonna be 455, 455, 455, all in, all done, right here, 452 and a half, put it on 605, 452 and a half, 605, thank you. They just keep getting better. He's got 35 head of these things in here today. Here. Be 425, 425, 425. It'll make it be 410, $4 a pound here. It'll make it be 4. Who bid 4 here? It'll make it be $4 and 2 and a hand. It'll make it be 4, 2 and a hand. It'll make it be 4. Did you say that? 4 and a 5, 5, 5. Now 4, 7 and a half. 410. It'll make it be 4, 12 and a half. 15, 417 and a half. Gonna be 420, 422 and a half. Gonna be 425, 427 and a half. 430 here. 432 and a half. 435, 437 and a half. 437 and a half. 440 here. It'll make it be 442 and a half. It'll make it be 440 here. Gonna be 442 and a half. 445, 447 and a half. Here. Gonna be 450, 50, 50, and 452 and a half. Half. Gonna be 455, 455. 455, gonna be 457 and a half, 455, gonna be 457 and a half, 455, 5, gonna be 457 and a half, 455 here, 457 and a half, all in, all done. 455 right over there, 615, 455, 615, thank you. Going good, going really good. Yeah. I think so. Here we go, Rickner cattle getting into his heifers here. Some ripping heifers right here. Raise some replacements. These are going to be the ones. Here we go. $4 here. 385, 500. 385, 385, 385 here. 385, 500. 350, 350 here. 350, 50, 50. Cutting one. Cut one, 350. Cutting one. I got 350 all the way. 352 and a half all the way. $4 here. It'll make it be 4, 2 and a half. It'll make it be 405, 5, 5. It'll make it be 405, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 2 and a half, 405, 402 and a half. It'll be 405 here, 42, going to be 405, 42 and a half, going to be 405. 2 and a half, going to be 405, 5, 5, going to be 5, 5, going to be 5, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, and 5. All in, all done. All in, all done. 402 and a half, 258. Takes them all. Takes them all. Thanks, Russell. Have a good one. Boy, these. Three Black Beauties here out of registered stock. Here we go. $4. Give me $4 here. Give me $4 here. Give me $4. 385. 385, 500, let me give you 385, 385, 385, 385 here, let me give you 375, let me give you 375, 5, 360, 360 here, let me give you 350 here, let me give you 350, 50, and 352 and a half. 52 and a half, 355, let me give you 357 and a half, 360 here, and 332 and a half, give you 365, 367 and a half, 370, now 370, 370 here. 370 here, and going to be 370, let me give you 370, 367 and a half, let me give you 370 here, and 370, let me give you 370, 367 and a half, 70 where, let me give you 70, 70, 70, 377 and a half, 70, 367 and a half, 70, all in, all done, 367 and a half your way, put it on 33s, 250, 33. Yeah. More heifers here. Same deal here. Nice uniform there. Hey, what do you want to give me? $4 here. $4 here. Give me 405. Give me 410. 415. 420. Gonna be 425. 430. 435. Gonna be 440 here. 445. Gonna be 450 here. 455. 55. Half. 452 and a half. 452 and a half. Gonna be 450 here. Gonna be 452. 452 and a half. 452 and a half. Gonna be 455. 5. Gonna be 450. 452 to hand, gonna be 455, 452 to hand, gonna be 455, 5, 452, gonna be 455, 452 to hand, gonna be 455, 5, 455, here, gonna be 455, all done, 452 and a half, 63, 452 and a half, 63, thank you. Here we go, 3 more, $4 and then let me give 385, 385 and go here, let me give 385. 385, 5, 385, gonna be 37 half, 37 hand, gonna be 390, 392 to hand, gonna be 395, gonna be $4 here, 42 to hand, 405, 5, 407 half, 410 here, 412 and a half, 412 and a half, 415. 417 and a half, 418, gonna be 417 and a half, then gonna be 420 here, 422 and a half, gonna be 425, 427 and a half, then gonna be 430 here, 432 and a half, gonna be 432 and a half, 435, 437 and a half, 437 and a half, then gonna be 440 here, then gonna be 440 and 442 and a half, gonna be 442 and a half, 440, gonna be 442 and a half, 440 here, then gonna be 442 and a half, then gonna be 442 and a half, 440 here, all in, all done, 440 your guys' way, 615, 615, thank you. 604, nice black steer here. Here we go, all by himself here. Rickner cattle, gonna be 385. 385, 5, 365 here, give me 335, 350, 350, 350, 50, 350, a little main Anjou in him here, another main Anjou Angus cross, 350, 352 to hand, 352 to hand, 355, 55, 57 and a half, 60, 360, 362 and a little bit gonna be 335, 335 gonna be 370 and a half, gonna be 370 here, 372 and a half, 372 and a half, 370 here, and a little bit gonna be 372 and a half right there, and 375, 5, 377 and a half, 377 and a half, 377 and a half, gonna be 380 here, and a little bit gonna be 382 and a half, a little bit gonna be 382 and a half, 382 and a half, 385, 385, and a little bit gonna be 387 and a half, gonna be 385, a little bit gonna be 387 and a half, 385, who'd be 387 and a half, 385, a little bit gonna be 387 and a half. 387 and a half, 387 and a half, gonna be 387 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done. 385, 605, 385, 605, thank you. Looks like a stag, huh? Stag here. 250, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, 252 and a half. You got one nut in there, 252 and a half, 255, 255, 500, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 260 here, going to be 262 and a half, 265, 70 here, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 280, 282 and a half, 285, 287 and a half, going to be 290, 290 here, going to be 292 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, 297 and a half, 333, going to be 302 and a half, 305, 5, going to be 305 here, going to be 305, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half here, going to be 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 320, 20, a little bit going to be 320, 20, 20, 17 and a half, 20, 22 and a half, 325, 327 and a half, a little bit 327 and a half, going to be 330, 332 and a half, going to be 335, 335, 335, 335 here, going to be 337 and a half, 340, a little bit going to be 342 and a half, 345, 47 and a half, 50. 55, 57 and a half, 82 and a half, 65, 367 and a half, 370, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 380 here, 382 and a half, going to be 382 and a half, 380 here, going to be 382 and a half, you're 380, 382 and a half, 382 and a half, all in, all done, 380, 258. Thank you. Here's that one red one. That's crazy. Here's that one red one somebody's pointing at. Little steer here, nice little steer here. $4 here, 385, 500. He's a fancy steer. 385, going to be 387 and a half, 387 and a half, 387 and a half, 390, 392 and a half, 395, 397 and a half, going to be $4 here, 2 and a half, 5, 555, 405, 407 and a half, going to be 10, 10, 10. Take him to the fair. Little bit gonna be 410, 10, 10, 47 and a half, 410, 12 and a half. Little bit gonna be 412 and a half, 415. Gonna be 417 and a half. 420, 422 and a half, little bit gonna be 425, 5, gonna be 427 and a half, gonna be 430, 30, gonna be 432 and a half, 435, 439, 437 and a half, 440 here, gonna be 442 and a half, gonna be 445, 5, 447 and a half, gonna be 450. 50, 452 to hand, little bit, be 455, 5, who'd be 455, 452 to hand, gonna be 455, 457 and a half, 457 and a half, 460 here, little bit, be 462 to hand, gonna be 465, 5, 467 and a half, gonna be 470, 72 to half, 475, gonna be 477 and a half, 477 and a half, gonna be 42 to be 42 to hand, gonna be 45, 5, 45, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 42, little bit, gonna be 45, 40, little bit, gonna be 42 to hand, who'd be 45, all in, all done. Sold it to you 42 and a half, 63, 42 and a half, 63, thank you. Bigger one here. Buyers are tag 600 here. $4 here. 385, 5, 385, 350, 350, 350, 350, right there. Now 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 here, going to be 352 and a half, 352 and a half. Richter cattle still 350, going to be 352 and a half, 352, going to be 352 and a half, 350 here, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, going to be 350, going to be 352 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at 350, 258. Little smaller one here, 588 down there, 588. Same man's cattle here. Gonna be 450 a pound. 450 a pound, 452, 450, 452, 450 here, 452 and a half, 452 and a half, 450 here, 452 and a half, 450 here, 452 and a half, 455, 457 and a half, 460, 462 and a half, gonna be 465, 467 and a half, 470 here, 472 and a half, 475, 77 and a half, 80, 480, 480 here, gonna be 480, 480, 480, here to be 480, 42 and a half, gonna be 485, 487 and a half here. 490, 492 to hang, gonna be 495, 5, who do it, 497 and a half, here, gonna be 497 and a half, 495, 496, 496, 496, 497, here, in the little bit, gonna be 497, 496, here, in the little bit, who do it, 497, 496 and 7, all in all done, 496, 250, on 5, 250 on 5. Two bulls getting into the Turner Farms cattle, Sim Angus calves here. Sim 22 head of these in here today. They've been online. Here we go. 475 here. Gonna be 475 high. Lightweight calves here. Gonna be 475. 450. 450. 450. Gonna be 452 and a half. Two bulls. Gonna be 452 and a half. 450. Gonna be 452 and a half. 450 here. 452 and a half. 455. 455. 57 and a half. 60 here. Gonna be 75. 77 and a half. 70 here. 72 and a half. 72 and a half. Gonna be 75. 77 and a half. Gonna be 82 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 40 here, 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 95, 5, 97 and a half, here, gonna be $5, 497 and a half, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 497 and a half, gonna be $5, 497 and a half, little gonna be $5 here, 497, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 497 and a half, and 5, all in all done, 497 and a half, 63, 497 and a half, 63. Yep. Sim Angus here. Little bit. 425. 425. 420. 425 here. 425. 423. 440. 442 to half. Gonna be 445. 447 to half. Gonna be 450. 452 to half. 55. 57 to half. 60 here. 460. 460 here. Gonna be 460 where 447 gonna be 460 here 447 gonna be 460 457 and a half 460 where 457 and a half gonna be 460 447 and a half gonna be 4 city all in all done 457 and a half 258. Yeah. Oh yeah. Same Turner cattle, Turner Farms. Try 428. 6. 6 head, yes. Here we go. Got a set of heifers here. 450. Gonna be 452 and a half. 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 450 here. 452 and a half. 455. 457 and a half. 460 here. 462 and a half. 465. 67 and a half. 470. 472 and a half. 475. Gonna be 477. 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 490, 492 and a half, 495, 497 and a half, 498 here, gonna be 490. 9888, gonna be 499 here, gonna be $5 here, gonna be 501. Now 2, now 3, gonna be 504, gonna be 505, 6 here, gonna be 507, gonna be 508 here, gonna be 509, gonna be 510, 11, 12, gonna be 513, 14, gonna be 515, 16, gonna be 516, 517, gonna be 518, 519, 520, 520, gonna be 521, 11, gonna be 520 here, gonna be 521, 520, gonna be 521, 1, all in, all done. 520, 63, 520, put it on 63, thank you. Well, they were pretty light. $5 here. Five, five, five. Gonna be $5 here. $5 here. Gonna be 480 here. Gonna be 480, 40, 40, 40, 40. 75, 475, 450, 450 here, 425, 425, 425, 430, 435, 445, gonna be 450 here, 455, 460, 465, 470, 475, gonna be 480, 45, gonna be 490, 45, 47 and a half here. I'm gonna be 47 and a half, 45, I'm gonna be 47 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, I'm gonna be 47 and a half, half, all in, all done, 45, 258. Heifers here. Sim Angus heifers. 450 here. 425. 425. 500. Gonna be $4. Gonna be 405. $4 here. Gonna be 405. 5. Gonna be 405. $4 here. Who'd have been 405? I got 4. Need 5 here. Gonna be 405 right there. 410. 4. I'm gonna be 420 here. I'm gonna be 425. Then I'm gonna be 430, 430, 35. I'm gonna be 435, 55, 440, 435. Then I'm gonna be and a half, 435. Then I'm gonna be 47 and a half, 435. Then I'm gonna be 437 and a half. Then I'm gonna be 437 and a half, 435. Then I'm gonna be 437 and a half, 437 and a half, 437 and a half. All in, all done. 435 your way. 615. Here we go again. $4 here. $4 here. Gonna be 4, 385, 385, 385. Gonna be 385. Gonna be 385, 5, 350. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. There he is. Now 355, 355, 355, 355, 360, 360, 360 here, 357 and a half. Gonna be 357 and a half, 357, gonna be 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 355, 357 and a half. Sim Angus heifers, 357 and a half, 357, gonna be 357 and a half, 359, gonna be 357 and a half. All in, all done. 357 and a half, 360, 360 here, 360 here, 357 gonna be 360. You want to keep going over there? 360 here, 357 and a half, 360. We're gonna be 3 city. All in, all done. All in, all done. 357 and a half, 819, 618. Your card's upside down. Nice little steer here, 421. Turner Farms. If they don't. Here we go. $5 a pound here. Thank you. Now 502 and a half. 502 and a half. 502 and a half. Who do it? 501. 501. Michael, we like this one here. Gonna be 501 here. 501. Take another look there. Gonna be 501 here. Gonna be 502. Now 2. Now 3. Now 504. Gonna be 555. Gonna be 6 here. Gonna be 7. Gonna be 8, 9, 9, and 10 here. 512, 512, 511, gonna be 512, 12, 12, 511 to 512, 511 here in the hood, gonna be 512, 511, gonna be 512, 12, all in, all done. 511, 63, 511, 63. Got a steer here. Same deal here, Sim Angus steer. Ready to rock and roll here. Gonna be 450. 450 here. Gonna be 425. Gonna be 425. Gonna be 425. $4. $4. $4 here. Gonna be 402 and a half. Gonna be 402 and a half. Half. Gonna be 402 and a half. $4 here. Gonna be 402 and a half. $4 here. Gonna be 402 and a half. Now 5. 405 here. Gonna be 405 here. 402 and a half. Gonna be 405. Now 5. 405. 5, 4, 2.5, who do it 5, 5, gonna be 4, 7.5, now 10, then gonna be 4, 12, then gonna be 4, 15, here, gonna be 4, 15, 10, gonna be 4, 17.5, gonna be 4, 20, 4, 20, 4, 22, then gonna be 4, 25, 5, high, gonna be 4, 27.5, gonna be 4, 27.5, 4, 25, gonna be 4, 27.5, 4, 25, gonna be 4, 27.5, now 4, 30 here, gonna be 4, 30, 30, 30, gonna be 4, 30, 4, 27.5, 4, 30, 4, 20, then gonna be 4, 30, where, all in, all done, sold at 4, 27.5, 258. Look at this guy. Send him around there, Sage. Push him around in a circle there. Here you go. Big steer. Nice steer there. 425. 425. 5. 4 bucks. $4 here. Gonna be 4 here. Gonna be 385. 385. 385. 5. 385. Good steer here. 350. 350 right there. Now 352 and a half. 350. 352 and a half. 352 and a half. 352 and a half. 350 here, going to be 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 355, 355, 357 and a half, 360 here, going to be 360 and 362 and a half, 365, 365, 5, going to be 365, 367 and a half, 370, 370 here, 367 and a half, going to be 370 here, 377 and a half, 370 where, and 377 and a half, going to be 370, 367 and a half, 370, all in, all done. Sold at 367 and a half, 618, 618, thank you. 381. Breckenridge steer here. Nice steer here. Here we go. It'll be 225. It'll be 225 a pound here. It'll be 225. $2 here. It'll get 222. It'll be 2.5. 2.5. $2. 2.5 half hand. It'll give you 2.5 half hand. Who'd be 2.5. $2 here. It'll give you 2.5. $2 here. It'll give you 2.5 half hand. Who'd be 2.5. Let's get a weight on him here. Put him on the scale. How's the Golden Skullet doing today? Good. Good deal. Good deal. 915. It'll be 2.5 half hand. It'll be 2.5 right there. Now 205 500. Where you at? It'll be 205. There he is. And 2.7.5. 210 10 10. Gonna be 212 and a half here. It'll be 215 here. Gonna be 217 and a half. 220 222 10. Gonna be 225 5. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230 here. Gonna be 232 and a half. 235 237 and a half. Gonna be 240 here. It'll be 240 237 and a half. About 238 238 88 and 237 and a half. It'll be 238. Where? It'll be 238 237 and a half. Now 238 888. Gonna be 238. All in, all done. Sold it right here. 237 and a half. 621. Thank you. Here's a dandy right here. Open okay. 225. 225 here. 5 good heifer here. 225. 225. 225. 500. 225. $2. $2 here. It'll be 222 and 22. It'll be 185. 222. Now 2.5. $2 here. It'll be 2.5. It'll be 2.5 half hand. It'll be 2.5. $2 here. It'll be 2.5. Now 5. Now 7.5 here. It'll be 210. It'll be 212 and a half. It'll be 215. It'll be 217 and a half. 220. 222 and a half. It'll be 225. It'll be 227 and a half. 225. It'll be 227 and a half. 225 5 hand. It'll be 227 and a half. 225. It'll be 227 and a half. 225. It'll be 227 and a half. All in, all done. 225 right there. 615. Thank you. Nice big ones here. Nice big ones here. Don't be sleeping on these ones here. It'll be $2 here. Two now 2.5. 2.5. Beautiful heifer here. It'll be 2.5. $2 here. It'll be 2.5 half hand. It'll be 2.5. 2.5. $2 here. It'll be 2.5 half hand. Now 5 here. It'll be 2.5 5 2.7.5. 210. 210 It'll be 212 and a half. It'll be 215. It'll be 215 212 and a half. 215 217 and a half. 20, 220, 20, 20, little bit, give me 222 and a half, little bit, give me 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half here, now 220 half, 2 and a half, how about 221, sir, little bit, give me 221, 1, 1, 221, 1, 1, break it down there, gonna be 222, 2, 2, little bit 2, 2, 2, and 223, 223, 220, little bit, give me 222, little bit, give me 223, 223, 223, 223, little bit, give me 224, now 224, 4, 4, gonna be 225, 226 here, little bit, give me 226 here, gonna be 227, 228, 228, 88, little bit, give me 228, 227, gonna be 228, 228, 227 here, let me give you 228, 88, all in, all done, all in, all done. 227, Titus, there's 227. Is that a 376? 376, thank you. Another good straight black heifer here. Give me 220, 275, 275, 275. 5, 5, 5, give me 275, 5, give me 250, 250, 252 and a half, 250, give me 252 and a half, 252 and a half, give me 257 and a half, 260, 262 and a half, gonna be 265, 267 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, gonna be 272 and a half, gonna be 275, 5, 5, 77 and a half, 277 and a half, 277 and a half, 275, gonna be 277 and a half. You going there? 277 and a half, 275, 77 and a half, 275, gonna be 277 and a half, 277 and a half, 275, gonna be 277 and a half. All in, all done. Sold it to you 275, 250 on 33. Open, open, okay. Look at that thick, nice heifer there. 255, 255, 250 pound here. 250, 50, 225, 225, 225, 500. $2 here. I got 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 227 and a half. Spin around there, keep her moving here. 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 225. Give me 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, gonna be 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 240, 237 and a half, 40 where, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 240 here, 242 and a half, all in, all done, 240, 240, 376, 240, 376. I see it. I see it. Here we go. $3.50. 350, and then we're gonna be 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, $3, 352 and a half, 350, 352 and a half, gonna be 352 and a half, gonna be 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, gonna be 355, 357 and a half, 360, 62 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, gonna be 370, now 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, gonna be 380, 380, 380, 380, 77 and a half, gonna be 380, 377 and a half, 380, 377 and a half, gonna be 380 here, gonna be 380, 382 and a half, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 5, gonna be 387 and a half, 387 and a half, gonna be 390 here, gonna be 390 here, gonna be 392 and a half, 390 here, gonna be 392 and a half, 392 and a half, 395, 5, gonna be 395, 97 and a half, 397 and a half, 395, gonna be 397 and a half, 395, 97 and a half, all in, all done, sold them to you 395, put it on 63, put it on 63, thank you. Here, looks like his brother's here. Oh. Here we go. 225. Good bowls here. Good thick little bowls there. Then I'm going to be 225. 225. $2 here. 222. 222. 222. 222. 185. 5. Put him on the scale, please. All right, bring him back. Buck 80 here. Maybe 182 and a half. 180 here. 182 and a. Two for choice. Two for both. Two and a half. Maybe two and a half. Maybe two and a half. 205. 207 and a half. 210. Maybe 212 and a half. Maybe 215. 17 and a half. Maybe 220. 222. Are you on 220? 217 and a half, gonna be 220. 217 and a half, gonna be 220. Where? Let me be 220, 220, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 20, 20. Who to be 20? 217 and a half, 20. 217 and a half, 20. All in, all done. 220, thank you. 222 and a half. 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half. Gonna be 225, 5, 5. Who to be 225? Gonna be 227 and a half. 227 and a half. 227 and a half. Sold them to you at 225. Put it on 181. 181. Get them cut. Crush them and ban them. Crush them and ban them. Thank you. Hey, more bowls here. 185. $2. Two and a half. Two and a half. 5. 7.5. 10, 12 and a half here. I'm gonna be 15, 17 and a half. Gonna be 20. 22 and a half. Gonna be 225. 7 and a half here. 30. 250. 252 and a half. 250. I'm gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. 257 and a half. 257 and a half. 260 here. 262 and a half. 262 and a half. 282 and a half, 285, 5, 260 and a half, 267 and a half, 270, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, all in, all 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half. Gotta be 280 here. Who'd be 282 and a half, Gotta be 282 and a half. Gotta be 282 and a half. 285, 285, 285, 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 285. Gotta be 287 and a half. Back in. 287 and a half. 290, 290, 290 here. Gonna be 290, 290, 290, 290. Anybody can be 290, 292 and a half. 292 and a half. 292 and a half. 290 here. Gonna be 292 and a half. How about 91, 291, 11, 292, 293. A little bit. 293, 292, 293. Sold it to you 292. Greg 258. Thank you. $4 here. $4 here. Let me be $4 here. Ooh, she likes you. She likes you. Let me be 4. Now 4. 385. 385. 5. I'm gonna be 385. 385. I'm gonna be 387 and a half. 387 and a half. Gonna be 390. 392 and a half. 395. 5. 395. Gonna be 397 and a half. Who'd be $4 here? Gonna be 402 and a half and 402 and a half. $4. 402 and a half. $4 here. Gonna be 402 and a half. Who'd be 402 and a half. $4 here. Gonna be 402 and a half. Who'd be 402 and a half. Sold at $4. 258. Or what are you? 251. 251. Yeah, I have to spend some time petting that one. Few head scratches there. 251. You want a cookie? I did. Did you have one? They're chocolatey. Oh yeah. They're amazingly good. They're from a farm stand. Yeah, they're good. What's this little guy here? Is he still a bull? Looks like it. You get a number there, Denise? Okay, 554. We're good. Here we go. 450 here. Maybe 450 a pound. Nice little bull there. It looks like he's a little nicer than his sister. 450 here. Maybe 450 here. 450, 50, 50. Yes, sir. 450, 425, 425. You want to do that? 425, 427 and a half. 425 gonna be 427 and a half. 425 gonna be 427 and a half. 425 gonna be 427 and a half. Half. It'll be 427 and a half. 425 gonna be 427 and a half. 27 and a half. 27 and a half. 27 gonna be 427 and a half. All in, all done. Sold it to you 425.63. Are we on the same page there? Okay. Thank you. Here's a couple big boys. Nice black steers here. Let's spin around, get a couple good looks at them. Can you throw them on the scale, Sage, too, while you're at it? Right out the door they went. Get away now. Oh. Now we'll get them. 2 on. Bring them back. 953, 953 pounds. Here we go. Beautiful steers here. 225. 225 a pound. 225. $2. $2 here, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, gonna be two and a half, two and a half, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, half, gonna be two and a half, now 5, now 7.5 here, gonna be 210, 10, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 17 and a half, 220, 222, then I'm gonna be 225, gonna be 227 and a half, half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, and then I'm gonna be 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 230 here, 232 and a half, 235, 235, 235, 232 and a half, gonna be 233, 233, 233, 232 and a half, gonna be 233, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 232 and a half, 250, 33. Couple more big dandies, same ball game. Here we go. 215 here. Gonna be 217 and a half. 217 217 and a half down here. You want to go at him again here? 217 and a half. 215, gonna be 217 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, 215 here, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, 220, 20, 20, gonna be 220, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half here, 230 here, 232, 230, 230, 5, 6 here, going to be 237, 77, 237, going to be 238, 239, 240, going to be 241, 240 here, going to be 241, 240 here, going to be 241, 240 here, going to be 241, 241. Sold them 240, 123, 240, 123, thank you. A little bigger boy here. Spin them around. Big old black steer here. One more look at him and he's going on the scale. One more look at him and he goes on the scale here. Be $2 here. $2 here. Two. Got 2 there. Want to do 2 here. Thank you. Let's see what he weighs in a minute. Let's see what he weighs. 1170. 2 and a half. Let me give you 2 and a half. Let me give you 2 and a half. $2 here. Let me give you 2 and a half. Good steer. Let me give you 2 and a half. $2 2 and a half. Now 5. Now 5 here. Gonna be 2 7 and a half. Gonna be 2 10 10 10. Who'll give you 2 10 10? Gonna be 2 12 and a half. Gonna be 2 15. 2 17 and a half. 2 20. 2 21. Gonna be 2 22. Gonna be 2 23. 3 gonna be 2 24. Gonna be 2 25. 5 2 26 here. Gonna be 2 27. 2 28. 2 20. Gonna be 2 29. Gonna be 2 30 here. 2 31. 232, 22, gonna be 32, 234, 235, that'll make it be 236 here, and gonna be 236 here, 235, 236 here, and gonna be 237, 237, 238, 237, gonna be 238, 88. 237 here, that'll make it be 238, 237, that'll make it be 238, 888, and that'll make it be 238, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 237 up top. 621, thank you. Here, you're getting into the Paragoose steers, cattle here. Here we go. 250 here. 250, 225, 500. $2 here. Maybe $2 here. Maybe 185, 185. Send them to the scale here. Maybe 185, 500. 185, 150, 150 there. Maybe 152 to hand. 152 to hand. Maybe 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 160, 162 and a half. Maybe 162. 135, 167 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 185, 187 and a half, 190, 192 and a half, 195, gonna be 197 and a half, 197 and a half, $2 here, and 2 and a half, 255, gonna be 27 and a half. 27 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 215 here, gonna be 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 215, gonna be 217 and a half here, 16, gonna be 216, 217, gonna be 216, gonna be 217, 216, 217. 216, gonna be 217, 216, 217, gonna be 217, 216, gonna be 217, all in, all done. 216, 627, 627, thank you. 370 down there. Ken Paragoose calves here. Forehead. Beautiful heifers here. Here we go. $4 a pound here. It'll be $4 here. It'll be four. It'll be 485, 385, 500, 385, 387 half, 387, let me give me 387 half, 385, 387 half. 85, then going to be 387 and a half, going to be 387 and a half, going to be 390, now 90 here, going to be 392 and a half, going to be 395, 97 and a half here, here, who to be 4, 2 and a half, going to be 5, 7 and a half here now, 10, 12 and a half, 4, 12 and a half, 15, then going to be 4, 17 and a half, who to be 420, 422 and a half, going to be 425, 5, 427 and a half, 427 and a half, 430, 432 and a half, going to be 435, 5, 437 and a half, 440, 442 and a half, going to be 445, going to be 447 and a half, 450 here, 452 and a half, 455, 457 and a half, 460, 462 and a half, 460, 462 and a half, 460 here, going to be 460, all in, all done, 460, 258. Yep. Okay, I was wondering who these are. It looks like Allison cattle here. Allison cattle. Nice. These are heifers here. Yeah. Pretty ladies. Yeah, pretty ladies. Here we go. $4 here. We got 4 Red Angus heifers here. Gonna be $4 here. 385, 385, 500. 385. Gonna be 387 a hand. 387 a hand, 387 a hand, 390, 390, 392 and a hand, gonna be 395, 397 and a half, who'd be $4 here, 42 and a half, 5 here, gonna be 457 and a half here, gonna be 10, 12 and a half, 415, 417 and a half, gonna be 420 here, gonna be 420 and 422 and a half. 422 and a half, 420 here, gonna be 422 and a half, 420 here, gonna be 420, gonna be 422 and a half, 420 here, gonna be 422 and a half, 420 here, gonna be 422 and a half, 422 and a half, 420 gonna be 422 and a half, 420 here, gonna be 422 and a half, all in, all done, sold them for 25258. Same deal, here's a single. 420 here, maybe 420 pound here, maybe 420, 20, 20, maybe 420 right there, maybe 422, 422 and a half, 425, 427 and a half, gonna be 430 here, gonna be 432 and a half, 435, 5, 437 and a half, 440, 440, 442 and a half, gonna be 445, 5, 5, gonna be 445, 447 and a half, 450, 447 and a half, 450, 447 and a half, 450. Two to hang, gonna be 455, 457 and a half, 60 here, 62 and a half, 65, gonna be 65, 67 and a half, 467 and a half, 465 here, gonna be 467 and a half, 475, gonna be 467 and a half, 467 and a half, all in, all done. Sold at 465, 63. Good. Already paid? Oh yeah. What do we got here? Here we go. Good steer here. Send him around there, Sage. Send him around one more time here. Good steer. Good steer here. 275. 275. 275. 275. 275 right there. 277 and a half. Now 277 and a half. 277 and a half. Gonna be 280 here. 280. 277 and a half. 280. 280. 282 to hang, gonna be 282 to hang, and 285, gonna be 287 to hang, gonna be 290, 292 to hang, gonna be 295, 297 and a half, and 2 and a half, 5, 307 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 315, and gonna be 317 and a hang, gonna be 320 here, 322 to hang, 325, 322 and a half, 322, and gonna be 325, 322, and gonna be 325, 5, gonna be 325, 322 and a half, 325, all in, all done. Sold them 322 and a half, 25. Yep. Some big dandies here. Big Charlet steers here. Here we go. 250. 250 here. 250 right there. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 250 here. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 250. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. Now 255. 252. 255. 252. 255. 257 and a half. 60 here, going to be 232 and a half, 232 and a half, going to be 235, going to be 237 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, going to be 275, going to be 277 and a half, 275, going to be 277 and a half, 275 here, going to be 277 and a half, 277 going to be 277 and a half, 275 going to be 277 and a half, 275 here, going to be 277 and a half, all in, all done. 272 and a half. 385 here, 385, 350 here, 350, 350, 350, black steers, 350, 352 to 350, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half. Looking for 2.5, 52 and a half. He's already 350. Need 352 and a little bit, 352 and a half, 350 here, and a little bit, 352 and a half. All in, all done. You bought him 350. 610, 610. Yeah, we just got a separate, different owner. Put it on the scale. Look at this little guy, 570. Here we go. Look at 250 here. Look at 250 pound here. Look at 250, 250, 250 here. Look at $2 here. Look at $2 here and two and a half. Now two and a half. Look at $2 here. Look at two and a half, half. Hit it with two and a half, two and a half. $2 here. Look at two and a half, half. Let's put him on the scale, please. Yeah, weigh him. 202 and a half here. Let me give you 205, 5. Let me give you 205. Were you the one bidding? 205, 7.5. 210, 210, 10, 10. Let me give you 210 here. Let me give you 210, 212 and a half. Let me give you 210. Let me give you 12 and a half. 210. Let me give you 212 and a half. Half. 210 here. And you got to be 212 and a half. 212 and a half. All in, all done. Sold it to you 210, 612. 210, 612. Send her around there, send her around. Let's look at her. Beautiful heifer here. $3 a pound here. Three. It'll be 3. 275, 500 right there. Now 277 a hand. 275. It'll be 277 a half. 277. Going to be 277 a hand. 279. Going to be 280 here. Going to be 280, 282 and a half. Now 282 and a half. Now 280. Going to be 285. Going to be 287 a hand. Going to be 285. Going to be 287 a half. Half. Going to be 287 a half. 285. Going to be 287. Going to be 285. Going to be 287 half. 290, 290, 290, 290, 287. Going to be 290, 287 a hand. Going to be 290, 290. All in, all done. Sold at 287 a half. 255. Nice little steer here. Charlotte Angus cross steer. 350. 350 a pound. 350. 350. Going to be $3 here. Going to be 3. 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. Going to be 302 and a half. Half. Going to be 302 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Now 7.5. John Miller got to be 7.5. 310. 12 and a half. Going to be 315 here. Going to be 315. 17 and a half. 320. 322 and a half. 322 and a half here. Going to be 325. 320. 330 here. Going to be 330. 332 and a half. 335. 337 and a half. 337. 337 and a half. 337 and a half. Going to be 340. 340. Going to be 342. Going to be 342 and a half. 345. 47 and a half. 350, 352 and a half, then going to be 352 and a half, 355, 357 and a half, 360 here, and then going to be 360, 360, 360, and then going to be 360, 357 and a half, 360, 362 and a half, 365, 365, 362 and a half, 365, 367 and a half, 370, now 370, John, you got to be 370, 70, 70, going to be 370, 372 and a half, 372 and a half, 375, 375, 5, got to be 360, sold it to you, 372 and a half, 258. Here we go. $4 here. 4. Little black steer. Let me give you 4. Here, let me give you $4 here. $4 here. Let me 4. Let me give you 4. 385. Let me give you 385. 5. Let me give you 385. 5. 385. 360. 360 here. 350. Let me give you 350. Let me give you 350. Let me give you 350. 325. 325. Let me give you $3 here. Let me give you 3. Keep them moving here. Let's take another look at them. Let me give you 3. 333. Let me give you 285. 290. Let me give you 290. Let me give you 285. 290. 295. 295. 305. Let me give you 305. 310. 315. 320. 325. 325. Let me give you 330. 335. 340. 345. 340. Going to be 345. 5. Sold them 340. 131. $506. Hey, 350 here. Next here, let me give you 350. Let me give you 350. Now 352 and a half. 350. gonna be 52 and a half, 352 and a half. We got 352 and a half. Now 350, now 352 and a half, 352 and a half. 352 and a half, did you say it? 352 and a half, gonna be 355, 357 and a half, 360, 62 and a half, gonna be 335, 367 and a half, 370 here, 370 here, and 370 here, gonna be 370, 367 and 370, 367 and a half, 370 where? 367 and a half, gonna be 370, all in, all done. Sold at 367 and a half, 258. $2 here. Two. Now 5. 205. 205. 205 here. 205. $2 here. 205. 205. $2 and 5. $205. $2 here. $205. $205. Out 205. Out 205. All in, all done. 205. Oh, here we go. 210, 15, 215, 220, 220 here. Let me give you 220, 225, 5, gonna be 225. John, 220 here, gonna be 225, 230 here. Let me give you 235, 5, gonna be 235, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 235, 5, here. Let me give you 237 and a half here, and let me give you 237 and a half, gonna be 240. Now 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 237 and a half, 240. All in, all done. Sold them 237 and a half, 131, 237 and a half, 131. $2 here. It'll be two. Maybe $2 here. Maybe two. 185. 185. 185. Maybe 185. Maybe 185. Maybe 187 and a half. 185. 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. 185. Maybe 187 and a half. 187 and a half. Sold 5, Joe. Buyer number 4. Who? Vet and what? You gotta speak a little louder than that. Give her shots. Send her to the vet and get her shots. Shots and deworming. Hey, look at these nice little black heifers. Bob Crab here. Here we go. We got to be 350 here. We got to be 350. 350. We got 325. 5. We got to be 325. $3 here. 3. We got to be $3 here. 285. 5. 285. 250. 250. 220, 225, 500, 225, 225, $2 here, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, $2 here, $2 and a half, $2 here, $2 and a half, 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 $2 here, 202 and a half, half hand, 2 and a half, now 205. Now 205. 205, going to be 5. Ron, you want to be 205? 5, going to be 205. 205. 207 and a half here, 205 and a half, going to be 210, 10, here, going to be 210, 10, going to be 210. 27 and a half, 208, 209, going to be 210, 10, 10, going to be 210, 10, 10, 10, going to be 211, 212. 213, going to be 214, 215, 216 here, going to be 216, going to be 216, 217, 218, going to be 218, 219, did you say 219 here, going to be 220, 220, 220, then 1, 221, 1, 1, now 222 here, going to be 222, 22, and 223, Now 224. 224 and going to be 225, 226 here, who to be 226 and 227. Now 228, 8 going to be 229. Now 230, a little bit going to be 230 to 231, 1, 1, 232, 2, 2, who to be 233. Now 234, and a little bit going to be 235, 5, who to be 236 here, going to be 37 and 8. Now 239, going to be 240, 40, 40. All sold it to you 239, 203 buy. 22x, 203 on 22x. Thank you. Nice heifer here, good heifer. $2 here, two, $2 here, gonna be $2, gonna be 185, 185, gonna be 185, who to be 185, 5, gonna be 185, 185, 185, gotta be 187 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190, 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 195 high, gonna be 195 high, who to be 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, gonna be 2, now 2, 2 and a half, gonna be 2, 2 and a half, 55, 5 high, who to be 7 and a half, here, gonna be 2, 7 and a half, 210, 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 15, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 212 and a half, who to be 215, 215, 17 and a half, 217 and a half, 220, now 220, gonna be 220 here, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 270 and a half, 220, all in, all done, all in, all done. 220, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 5, 5, hold it to you, 222 and a half, put it on 250 by 33. All right, got those Wagyus here. Here's the Wagyus. Send them around, send them around. Selling the steer. These things are high percentage Wagyus. 87% to 9%. 5 heifers, or we're selling the steer here. We're selling the steer. 24 months old. Selling the steer here. $2 a pound here. It'll be two, two, two. It'll be two, 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 two. $2 here. It'll be two. It'll be 185. It'll be 185. It'll be 150, 150, 150, and then 150 right there, and then it'll be 152. 152 to hang, gonna be 155, 55, 157 hang, gonna be 160 here, gonna be 132 and a half, 162 and a hang, gonna be 15, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 177 and a hang, gonna be 170, 172 and a half. What's that? Okay, 172 and a hang, gonna be 175, 177 and a half here, gonna be 177 and a half, 175, gonna be half. 180 here, gonna be 180, 182 to hang, gonna be 182 and a hang, gonna be 185, 55, 187 and a half, or just 187 and a hang, gonna be 190. Just the steer right now. 190, 192 and a half. 85, 5 high, gonna be 195, 192 and a hang, gonna be 195, gonna be 197 and a half. Now 192 or $2, $2 here, and then 2. Gonna be 205, 5 high, 202 and a hang, gonna be 205, 202 and a half, and 5. 202 and gonna be 5, 202 and gonna be 5, 5, 5. All in, all done. 5, 207 and a half, 210, 10, 10, gonna be 212, 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 217 and a half, 215, gonna be 217 and a half, 215 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done. 2, 2, 3, taking the steer. 1, 2, 3 buyer, yeah. Huh? $2.03. Is that what you're saying? Can't. I can't. $2 here. A little bit gonna be two. A little bit gonna sell in the halfers. Two and a half. And a little bit gonna be two and a half here. And a little bit gonna be two. A little bit gonna be two and a half. $2 here with two and a half. 202 and a half. Little bit 2.5 right there. And then 205 here. And gonna be 2.7.5. 210. 210. Little bit gonna be 212 and a half. Think Brandon, you buying them all? All the heifers? 212 and a half. 215. 217 and a half. Little bit gonna be 217. Gonna be 220. 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. All in, all done. 217 and a half. Okay. Takes the two bred ones. Now you guys got your sorting cut out for you. Terry, you want to jump up in here a minute?
All right, we got 3 stackers left. $2. $2. Now 201. What are 201? $2 now one. 201. 1 now 2. 202. 3. 203. 202 now 3. 203. 203. Sold. 202. Brandon. 1. Oh shit. No. We got to get the steer or the th- All right, good job, guys. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, there's some big boys. Big steers. Looks like we'll get a weight on these two guys. Gobba glue. No matter what you do, them damn things end up a mess. All right, then we'll scale them. We'll get a weight on these big boys. There we go. Let's get a weight on all of them. Throw all three on and. What is it, Denise? What's the ear tag? Oh, dang it. I tried. All right, bring them back out here. What they weigh? 1190. Ready to go. All right, 250, 250, 225, 225, $2, $2. 190. Got 190. Now 191, 191, 190 to 1. Now 2, 192, now 3, 93, now 4, 194, 194, now 5, 6, 196, now 7, 197 to 8, 198, 198 to 9, 199 now $2, $2, 1, 201, now 3, 3, now 4, 4, 4, now 5, 205 to 6, 206, 7, 207, now 8, 209, 209, 9, now 10, 210, now 11, 211, 12, now 13, 13, 14, 214, now 15, 15, 215, now 20, 220, now 5, 225, 225, now 30, 230, now 5, 235, 235, 235, 230, now 5, 31, 231, 231, now 2, 232, now 3, 233, 230, sold them, 232, 145, 145. Oh, a couple more, it's a little lighter. All right, 250, 250, 225, 225, 2. 180. 175, 175, 150. Not too bad, 150. Now 2.5, 152 and a half, 2.5, 155, 155, 155. Now 7.5, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 157 and a half. Now 60, 160, 160, $60, 160, 160, 157 and a half, now 160, 160. Sold 157.50 your way, Junior. All right, what do we got? A little heifer? Oh, $3, 3, 250, 250, 225, 225, 225, $2. Not a bad little heifer. 2, 190, 180, 170. Be watch, heads up a little bit. Yep, 170 now 5, 175, 175, 175, 180, 180, 5, 185 to 90, 190, 190, 185 to 90, 190, 190. Greg, 190, 190 now 5, 195, 195, 195. Sold Greg, 190, 25. No, same man's cattle. 402. Yep. 250, 250, 225, 225, $2, 2, 190. 180, 180. 80, now 5, 185, 180, now 5, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, now 90, 190, now 5, 192, $2, 2, now 5, 205, 201, 201 now 2, 202 now 3, 203, 4, 204, 5, 205, 205 now 6, 206, 206 now 7, 207, 206 now 7, 207, sold 206, 131. All right, 2 bulls. Oh, Monk's bull. Yeah, we'll do choice. $2. Watch it, Junior. Holy moly, guys. That one woke up. $2. $2. 195. 195. 195. 195. 5. Now $2. 2. Now 5. 205. Now 10. 210. 210. Now 15. 215. Now 20. 225. Now 30. 230. 35. 235. 235. 230. Now 5. 235. Sold them. 230. Which one you want? Oh, you want the white-faced one? 131. 131 takes the white face. Bring them back. We got to sort out the white face. Well, watch out. There we go. Shut it. All right. This one's sold. We're selling the one on the scale. $2. 2, 2, 195, 195, 195, 185, 185, 175. 175, to say it, Dave? 150. Got 150. Now 5. 155, 155, 155, 155. Now 155. Now say 160, 160, 5. 165, now 7, 170, 170, 70. 161. Now 2, 3, 4, 164, now 5, 165, now 6, 166, 7, 167, now 8, 168, now 9, 169, 70, now 1, 171, now 2, 72, now 3, 73, 4, 74, 175, 175, now 6, 176, 176, 176. Sold 175, 131. That's the one on the scale. We're more bowls? No, no. Yeah, heads up. Right, same man's bowls. 250, 225, 225, $2, 2. 180. 75, 175, 150. Now 5. 155, 155, now 60, 160, now 5, 165, now 7, 170, now 5, now 80, 180, 180, now 5, 185, now 90, 190, 95, now $2, 205, now 10, 210, 210, now 15, 215, Ron, 215, 15, 20, 220, 220, 215, now 20, 220, 220, 25, 225, 30, 230, 230, 230 or 256. Sold them. 225. Sold. No, Roland, he's trying to cut me fucking more. Oh. Monks. Yep. Toss. Yep. Oh. Nice looking bulls out of some good stock. $2, $2, $2, 2, 195, 195, 195, 195, 190, 80, 180, 150. Now 5, 5. Now 60, 160. Now 5, 165, now 70, 170, 170, 5, 175, now 80, 80, 180, 180, 76. Now 77, 177, 8, 178, 178, 9, 179, 80, 180. Now 1, 181, now 2, 182, 2, now 3, 183, 4, 184, 5, 185, now 6, 108, 186, now 7, 187, 186, now 7, 187, now 8, 188, 89, now 90, 191, 191, now 2, 192, now 3, 193, now 4, 194, now 5, now 6, Final six, 196. Sold them. 195. 181. All right, what do we got? A bread one? Well, I'm sure it's probably. Who? Oh, nothing. All right, 2 months bread. Nice heifer. Probably bred to one of them bulls we just sold. By the head. Pound it. $2, $2, $2. Now one, 205, 225, 205, 201, 201, 201, 201. I have two, 201, 201. Sold $2 straight, 250 straight. Yeah, them are good cookies, but they're chocolatey. Yeah, I think Rickner was happy. I talked to him about that. All right, another bull. Looking for a breeding bull. Here we go. 250 straight. All right, yeah, we could catch a weight on them. Same cattle, Toth cattle. We'll weigh them. Good looking bull. About 11:35. All right, bring them back out, Sage. $2, $2, 185. When they got $2, now one, $2 now one, 201, 201, $2 now one, 201, 201, 201, 201. Sold them $2. X 250 by X. That's pretty good money. Oh, we're going the other way. Holy moly, look at these little things. Heifers? All right. Oh, Howell cattle? $4. Four? They're light. Four. Now two. 402 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 405, 7 and a half, $5. Now 2 and a half, 5 and 2 and a half. Where did I go? 410, 12 and a half, 450, now 17 and a half, now 20, 420, 2 and a half, now 5, 425 and 7 and a half, 20 and 30, 32 and a half, 32 and a half to 5, 35 and 7 and a half, 40, 42 and a half to 5, 445 and 7 and 7 and a half, now 50, 472 and a half, now 5, 2 and a half. God, it's a little rusty here. 57 and a half, now 60, 2 and a half, now 5, 65, now 7 and a half, 7 and a half, now 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, 75, 475. Sold them. 472 and a half. Yep. All right, Jenny.
2 bulls. Howell cow. $3 here. 2 and a half. $3 here. 4. That'll be 4. That'll be 4. 2 and a half. That'll be 4. 5. 5. 5. Gonna be 4. 5. 7 and a half here. Then it'll be 10. Now 4. 12. That'll be 15. 17 and that'll be 4. 20. 4. 22 and a half. Gonna be 4. 25. 4. 37 and a half. 4. 30 here. 4. 32 and a half. 4. 35. 4. 37 and a half. 30. That'll be 4. 35. 437 and a half, 435, 437 and a half, 435, 437 and a half, all in, all done. 435 your way. Put it on 255. $450 here. $450 here. $450. $450. $450. 425, 500, 425, 427 and a half. 427 and a half, half, 427 and a half, gonna be 430, 430, 430, 432 and a half, gonna be 435, 435, 432 and a half, 435, 437 and a half, gonna be 440 here, gonna be 440, half 440, you saying it? 440, 442 and a half, gonna be 445, 445, 447 and a half 50, half 50 here, gonna be 52 and a half, gonna be 55, 455, 57 and a half, gonna be 57 and a half, gonna be 460 here, gonna be 462 and a half, gonna be 465, 467 and a half, 470, 472 and gonna be 475, 475, 477 and a half, gonna be 480 here, and gonna be 477 and a half, gonna be 480, 477 and gonna be 480 here, and gonna be all in all done, sold them 477 and a half, 63. 398 down there. Crossbred bull. 250 50 50 250 here 250 did you say it 250 225 225 doing a little bit 227 a hand, doing a little bit 225, gonna be 227 a hand, doing a little bit 225, gonna be 227 a half, hand, a little bit 225, gonna be 227 a half, 227 a half, 230, 230, a little bit 235, 5, gonna be 235, gonna be 237 a half, and 240 here, gonna be a little bit 240 here, gonna be 242 and a half, 245, 247 a half, hand, gonna be 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 255, 257 a half, 260 here, 262 a hand, gonna be 265, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 270 here, 70, 72 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, gonna be 272 and a half, gonna be 272 and a half, 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, all in all done, 270, 250 by 131, put it on 131. Here's a little dandy right here, 395, a little black white face heifer. $4 here, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, gonna be 7 and a half here, who gonna be 10, who to be 12 and a half, gonna be 15, 17 and a half, gonna be 20, 22 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 430, 432 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50 here, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 455, 457 and a half, 36, gonna be 4, 32 and a half, 35, 65, 67 and a half, now 70 here, 37 and a half, 467 and a half, gonna be 470. All in, all done. 467 and a half, 63. $450 here. 452 and a half, 455, 457 and a half, 430, 57 and a half, gonna be city here, gonna be 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, gonna be 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, gonna be 75, gonna be 75, 77 and a half, now 70 and a half, gonna be 80 here, gonna be 82 and a half, 45, gonna be 35, 87 and a half, now 90, 490 here, gonna be 492 and a half, gonna be 495, 495, 490 and a half, gonna be 495, all in, all done, sold them to you 492 and a half, 63. Should be a whole whack of these, bunch of them. 16. There's 16 of these here. Little Jersey Angus crosses. Sunstrom here? Sunstrom. Yep, Sunstroms. They're weaned. Here we go. The head here, by the head, and then gonna be $200 here, and then gonna be 225. 225, 250, 230 here, 235, gonna be 235, gonna be 240, 245, 250 here, gonna be 255 in the doorway. Tacho, 260, 265, then gonna be 265, gonna be 270, 275, 280, 280 here, gonna be 280 here, gonna be 280. I'm going to be 285, I'm going to be 90 here, I'm going to be 290, 295, 300, 305, 305, 5, Tacho, 305, 310, 10, 10, going to be 315, it'll going to be 320, 325, 325, 5, 5, it'll going to be 325, 5, 5, 325, 330, 335, 5, 5, it'll going to be 335, going to be 340, 345, it'll going to be 350, 355, 355, 360 here, going to be 365, that'll going to be 370 here, going to be 375, 55, 379, 380, 385, that'll going to be 390 here, going to be 395, 395 to 400, now 405 here, going to be 410, 10, 10, that'll going to be 410, 10, 10, 405, 410 your way, 415, 415, 420, 420, that'll going to be 425, that'll going to be 425, 430 here, that'll going to be 430, 435. 440, 440 here, I'm going to be 445, I'm going to be 450, 50, 50, going to be 455, 455, 55, 455, 60 here, I'm going to be 460, 465, 70, now 70, 475, 475, going to be 480 here, I'm going to be 45, 45, going to be 490 here, I'm going to be 495, 495, 500, 505, I'm going to be 510, 10, 10, I'm going to be 515, going to be 520 here, going to be 525, 530, 535, going to be 540 here, 545, 555, 560 here, going to be 535, 570, 575, 580, 585, 590, 595, 55, 600, 605, 610, 10, 615, going to be 20, 20, 20, 25, to be 30, now 35, 55, 640, 645, going to be 50, 55, 5, 655, 60, 665, 670, 675, going to be 675, 5, 680 here, going to be 685, 690 here, 695, 690 here, going to be 655, 5, all in, all done, going to be 690, 250, bye. 15, 250 on 15, thank you. Here's the heifer side, huh? How about $600 here? Gonna be 5, 500, gonna be 500 here, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 400, 400, gonna be 400 here. Cut one, sure, 400. Now 425. One little gonna be 425, 5, 5, 425. 450 here, 475, the little money 475, going to be 500, 500, 505, 510, the little money going to be 550, going to be 515, going to be 520 here, going to be 525, going to be 530 here, going to be 535, 540. 540 here, going to be 545, going to be 550 here, 585, 560 here, 555, going to be 570, 575, 80, 590, 85, 90, 595, 595, going to be 595, now 600, 595, 600, sold them 595, 63, 595 on 63. Takes them all. You betcha. Thank you. Cutting the red one. I was guessing. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. The looking one. I think that's the most he's breaking a record for him again. Yeah, that's 6 and 12. There should be 4. I think he calves them out. Those are his calves. Oh yeah. A little bigger. $500 here, and then a little buy and then I'm gonna be fine. 25, then 525, gonna be 550, 50, then 550, 50, 50, 575, 600, 600. 625, 650 here, and then gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, and 675, 700 here, and then gonna be 700, 725, 750, 750, 775. Now 800 here, gonna be 825, gonna be 850 here, 875, 925, gonna be 950, 975, 1,000 here, and then gonna be 975, gonna be 1,000, 975, gonna be 1, 975 and 1, all in, all done. Sold them 975, 63, 975, 63. Thank you. No, there ain't shit for break cows back there. $500 going by there. It'll be 500 here. It'll 400. It'll be 4 here. It'll be 450. 500. 500. It'll be 550 here. It'll be 600. 650. 700. It'll be 750. 800. 775. 750. Sold it to you 750 right there. 63. Shutting the grill off at 3:30. I'll take a hamburger, please. I'll remember that. Oh, thank you. Thank you. A beautiful little heifer here. Westall, Sim Angus heifer. Simmental heifer. Here we go. $4 a pound here. 4 2 and a half. Gonna be 5 here. Gonna be 4 5 7 and a half here. Gonna be 4 10. 12 and a half. 15. 4 17 and a half. 4 20. 4 22 and a half. Gonna be 4 25. Gonna be 4 27 and a half. 4 30 here. Gonna be 4 32 and a half. 4 35 5 5. 4 35 37 and a half. 4 40. 4 42 and a half. Gonna be 4 45. 4 47 and a half. Gonna be 4 50. 50 50 52 and a half. 52 and a half. 4 52 and a half. 4 50 here. Gonna be 4 52 and a half. 4 50 here. Gonna be 4 52 and a half. 4 52 and a half. 4 55. 4 55. 4 57 and a half. And 460 here. Gonna be 460 and 462 and a half. 465, 467 and a half, 470, now 472, and then it'll be 475, 77 and a half, and you're going to be 480 here, who'll be 42 and a half, going to be 45, 45, and then 47 and a half, 490, 492 and a half, 495, 95, 492 and a half, going to be 495, sold at 492 and a half, 60. Hey, we got a steer here. $3. Gotta be 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 $2.50 a pound here, and it'll be $2. $2 where, and it'll be 2 2 2 2, and it'll be 2 2 2, and it'll be 2 2 2, and it'll be 2 2 2 2 2 1, gonna be 2. Now 5 205, and it'll be 2, and it'll be 205, gonna be 2 10 10 10, and it'll be 215, and gonna be 212 and a half, 215, and it'll be 15 17 and a half, 220, 220, and it'll be 222 and a half, gonna be 225, gonna be 225, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 230, 230, 232 and a half, 235, gonna be 237 and a half, it'll be 237 and a half, 237 and a half, here, gonna be 237 and a half, 240. Now 240, it'll be 242 and a half, it'll be 242 and a half, 240, it'll be 42 and a half, all in, all 240, 250 buy. So 131, put it on 131. $2 here. How about 225? It'll be 225. It'll be 225. 225. 225. $2. $2. $2. 222. Thank you. Now 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. Sold at $2. Buyer number 612. 612. Thank you. I guess, yeah. Nice little heifer. Hey, heifer here. $4 here. $4 now. 4 2 and a half. Gonna be 4 2 and a half. Gonna be 405. 4 7 and a half here. Gonna be 410. 412 and a half. 415. 417 and a half. 420. 422 and a half. 425. 427 and a half. Gonna be 430. 432 and a half. 435. 437 and a half. 440 here. Gonna be 442 and a half. Gonna be 445. 447 and a half. Gonna be 450. 452 and a half. 455. Gonna be 457 and a half. 460 here. Gonna be 462 and a half. 465. 465. 467 and a half. 470. 472 and a half. 475. 477 and a half. 480 here. Now 480 here. Gonna be 42 and a half. Gonna be 45. Gonna be 45. 42 and a half. Gonna be 45. All in, all done. Sold at 42 and a half. 63. Been vaccinated, had its shots. Angus steer here. $2 here. Two, two and a half. Two and a half. Two and a half. Two and a half. $2 here. Two and a half. Two there. Now five. Gonna be 2.7. Gonna be 2.10. 10. Gonna be 2.12 and a half. 2.15. Gonna be 2.17 and a half. Gonna be 2.20 here. Gonna be 2.22 and a half. 2.22 and a half. 2.25. 2.27 and a half. 2.30 here. Gonna be 2.32 and a half. 237 and a half, 240, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 547 and a half here, gonna be 247 and a half, gonna be 250, now 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 557 and a half, 260 here, gonna be 230, and then 260, gonna be 260. 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, now 270, now 272 and a half, now 275, then gonna be 275, gonna be 277 and a half, 77 and a half, 275, gonna be 277 and a half, all in, all done, sold them 275, 360. Terry cattle here is going to be good calm steer here and good calm steer, the family pet. Here we go. Good red steer here. It'll be $4 here. It'll be four. Now 2.5. Now 5 here. It'll be 405. 4.7 and a half. It'll be 4.10. It'll be 4.10. It'll be 4.12 and a half. It'll be 4.15. 4.17 and a half. It'll be 4.20. 4.22 and a half. It'll be 4.25. 5. 4.25. It'll be 4.27 and a half. It'll be 4.27 and a half. 4.25. It'll be 4.27 and a half. 4.21. It'll be 4.27 and a half. 4.21. It'll be 4.27 and a half. 4.27 and a half. All in, all done. 4.25 your way, Hodgson. 4.25. 251. $3 here. 333 now 302 302 and a half. $3 here. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. All in, all done. 302 and a half. Gonna be 305. Now 7.5. 7.5 here. Gonna be 310. 10. 312 and a half. Gonna be 312 and a half. Gonna be 315. 317 and a half. 317 and a half. Gonna be 320 here. Gonna be 322 and a half. 322 and a half. Gonna be 325. Gonna be 327 and a half. 327 and a half. To hang, it'll be 330 here, in the middle, it'll be 330, all in, all done. Sold them to you 327 and a half, 612, 327 and a half, 612. $623. Here we go. 350 here. $3 here. $3 here. $285. $285. $2 here. $222. $185. $185. Be $1 here. Be $1. Who do it 85 cents? 85 cents on it. Be 65 here. It'll be 65 right there. And 37 and a half. 35 it'll be 37 and a half. 35 it'll be 37 and a half. 35 it'll be 37 and a half. All in, all done. 67 and a half. Now 70 here. Gonna be 72 and a half. Gonna be 75. 77 and a half. Gonna be 80 here. Gonna be 82 and a half. Gonna be 85. 87 and a half. Gonna be 90. 92 and a half. 95. 97 and a half. $1 here. Gonna be 1. 97 and a half. Gonna be 1. 97 and a half. Gonna be 1. All in, all done. Sold her 97 and a half. 622. 622. $250 here. $250 a pound here. $2 here. $2 here. $150 here. 50. 150 here. 150 a pound. 150. $1 here. Got $1. Now 2.5. $1. 2.5. Gonna be 105. Gonna be 105. 107 and a half. Gonna be 110. 10. Gonna be 112 and a half. Gonna be 115. 117 and a half. 120 here. Gonna be 122 and a half. Gonna be 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. 130. 132 and a half. Gonna be 135. 137 and a half. Gonna be 40. 42 and a half. 45. 47 and a half. 50. 52 and a half. 50 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. Gonna be 152 and a half. Sold at 150. Tacho's way 622. Nice hold. Nice Holstein steer. You betcha. Frankie Castro cattle here. $2 here. Gonna be two. Gonna be $2 a pound. Gonna be two. 185. 185, nice little steer there. Gonna be 185, 185, Gonna be 180, gonna be 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. Gonna be 155, 157 and a half. 130 here. 132. 135, gonna be 137 and a half. 130 here. Gonna be 132 and a half. 175, gonna be 177 and a half. 177 and a half. 177 and a half, gonna be 180, gonna be 180, 180, 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 180, 177, gonna be 180, gonna be 180, 180, 180, 177 and a half, all in, all done, sold it to you, 177 and a half, 250, 131, 131. Angus Brahma cross steer here. Nice little steer. Hey, 350 here. 350, gonna be 350 about $3. $3 here. Gonna be $3 there. Now 302 and a half. Gonna be 5 high. Gonna be 7 and a half, 310. Gonna be 312 and a half. Gonna be 315 here. 317 and a half, 320. Now 320, 370. Gonna be 322 and a half. Gonna be 325. Gonna be 325, 322 and a half, 325, 325, 322. Then gonna be 325. Then 322 and a half. Gonna be 25, 325. Gonna be 327 and a half. Now 330. Then gonna be 332 and a half. Gonna be 335, 337 and a half, 340, 342 and a half. Gonna be 340. 47 and a half, gonna be 350 here, 52 and a half, 355, 57 and a half, 50 here, 52 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 72 and a half, 70 here, gonna be 370 and 72 and a half, 370, gonna be 372 and a half, all in, all done, sold at 370, 63, 370, 63, thank you. Nice job. A little bit $2 a pound, $2 here. Gonna be 222. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. 175, 175, gonna be 175, 150, 150, gonna be 150, 125, 127 and a half, 30, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, gonna be 140 here, gonna be 140, 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 145, 147 and a half, gonna be 150 here, gonna be 150, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 155, 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, all in, all done. 155, 131. Shorthorn steer, shorthorn here. Here we go. $3 here. 250 here. 250 a pound. 250 a pound here. 250. 250. 250. 225. 225. $2 here and a $2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Where? Gonna be 2 and a half. All in, all done. $2, 131. What's that? Sometimes. Here we go. We get 275 here. 275, 250. 250 pound. Let me give you 250. Let me give you $2. Get $2. Let me give you 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Gonna be 205, 205. Now 27 and a half. 210. Gonna be 212 and a half. Gonna be 215, 17 and a half. 220, 222 and a half. Gonna be 222 and a half. 222 and a half. 225, 227 and a half. 230 here. Gonna be 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 237. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at 235. 250 on 5. Yeah. 1 month bread. $2 here. Two, two, two. 185, 185, 150. 150, 150 here, 150, 50, 50, 150, 150, 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 125, 125, now 130, 130 here, gonna be 135, 5, 5, 140 here, gonna be 145, 5, gonna be 150, 150, now 155, 5, 5, 155, gonna be 160, 165, 165. 170 here, 165, that'll gonna be 170, 175, gonna be 170, 175, that'll gonna be 170, all in, all done. 165, 131. $2 here. Two, two, two. Two, two, two. Little rat tail steer there. $2 here. Two, two, two. 150. 150 right there. And then going to be 152 to hang. Going to be 155, 5, 5. 160 here, and then I'm gonna be 160, 175, 170, 175. Gonna be 180 here, and $2, 205. Gonna be 210, 10, 10. Gonna be 215, 220, 225. Gonna be 230 here, gonna be 235, 230 here. Gonna be 235. Gonna be 240, 40, 245, 5, 5, 250, 252 and a half, 255. Gonna be 257 and a half. Gonna be 260 here, and 252 and a half. Gonna be 235, 5, 5, 265, 267 and a half, 265. Then I'm gonna be 260, all in, all done. 265, 258. Yeah, probably. 225, 225, 225, $2. Now 205, gonna be 205, 5, 5, gonna be 25, 210, 10, 10, gonna be 215, who to be 220. Now 225, gonna be 230 here, gonna be 235, gonna be 240, who to be 240, 240 to 245. 250, 250 here, gonna be 255, 5, 5, 260 here, gonna be 235, 5, 5, 260 here, gonna be 235, 265, 265, 70, 270, gonna be 272 and a half, gonna be 272 and a half, gonna be 272 and a half, 275, 277 and a half, 277 and a half, gonna be 280, 280 here, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, 280 here, gonna be 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 280 here, gonna be 282 and a half, 282 and a half, all in, all done, sold at 282.58. 547 down there. West off. Good white one there. Beautiful heifer there. $3 here. 250 here. 250. 250. Good heifer here. 250. 225. 225. 5 right there. Now 227 a hang. 230. 232 to hang. 235. 237 a hang. 240. 242 and a hang. 245. 5. 247 a hang. 250 here. 52 to hang. 257 and a half. 60, 260, 260 here, and again, the lower gonna be 232 and a hang, 235, 5, 5, 265, the lower gonna be 232 and a hang, 265, 232 and a hang, gonna be 235, 232 and a hang, the lower gonna be 235, 5, 5, 265, 232 and a hang, gonna be 235, 5, 5, all in, all done. Sold her 262 and a half, 131. 515. Zach cattle. Red heifer open. $2 here. Two, two, two. $2. $2. $2 here. Gonna be 2, 2 and a half, half, and then gonna be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2, 2 and a half, half, and 2, 2 and a half, half, and $2 here. Gonna be 2, 2 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at $2 your way, 131. $2 here. Two, 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 maybe two, 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 maybe two, two, 185, 185, 185, 150 here, 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, 150, 150, right there. At 155, 160 here, going to be 135, going to be 170, 175, going to be 180 here, 185, going to be 190, 195, going to be 205, 205, 205, 200 here, going to be $2 here, going to be 205, going to be 205, $2 here, going to be 205. All in, all done. $2 your way. Put it on 260, 260. The kid. Put it on the kid. The kid. Oh, what do we got here? A white limousine? British white limousine or what? Yeah? Okay. Should have told me you were bringing this, John. You should have told me you were bringing one of these bad boys here. Should have called me. Here we go. Gonna be $2 a pound here. Gonna be two. Gonna be two. Out two here. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. 185. 165, 135, 135, 165, 150 here, 150, 150, 150, 150, 125, 125, 127 and a half, gonna be 130, and then gonna be 132 and a half, 135, 135, 137 and a half, 140 here, and then gonna be 140, 140, and 142 and a half, 145, gonna be 145, 147 and a half, 150, 150 here, and then gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half. See what he weighs? 50. Let's see what he weighs. 1,000 pounds. 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 11, gonna be 155, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 52 and a half, 155, 152 and a half, 11, gonna be 155, all in, all done, 55, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, gonna be 160, 162 and a half, 11, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, all in, all done, 165 right here. On you, 34. Hey, look at this sweet one here. Nice Brahma cross steer here. $2 here. Two. Good condition calf here. Two. Now $2 here. 185. 185. 185 here. 185. 150 here. 52 to hang. Gonna be 155. 157 hang. Gonna be 130 here. 132 to hang. Gonna be 135. 137 and a half. 137 and a half. 137 and a half. 170, 172 to hand, that'll be 135, 135, 135, 77 and a half, 180, 180 here, that'll be 182 to hand, gonna be 185, gonna be 185, 82 and a half, 185, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, yes sir, 190 here, gonna be 192 to hand, that'll be 192 and a half, 192 and then gonna be 195, gonna be 195, 197 and a half here, who'd be $2 here, gonna be 222, now 2 and a half, 5, now 5, gonna be 7 and a half, who'd be 10, 10, gonna be 212 and a half, who'd be 15 here, gonna be 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 222 and then gonna be 225, gonna be 227 and a half, gonna be 230 here, who'd be gonna be 230 and 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, gonna be 240 here, gonna be 240, 40, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 237 and then gonna be 240, 40, all in, all done, sold it to you 237 and a half. 629. There you go, buddy. 629. $468 down there. Vume cattle. Fancy Simmental heifer here. Sim Angus heifer. Spin it around there, Sage. Send it around the room. Thank you. Nice heifer here. Look at 250 here. be 250, 50, 50, 250, 250. Kelly Fume cattle here, fancy black Angus here, Sim Angus here, be $2 here, be 222, 222, 222, 222, 175. 175, 175, 177 a hand, 177 hang, gonna be 180 here. Good replacement heifer. 180 gonna be 182 to hang, gonna be 185, 5 hang, gonna be 185, gonna be 187 and a half. 190 here, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 192 to hang, gonna be 195, 5 hang, 195, gonna be 197 and a half. Now $2. Here gonna be 2 to hand, let me get $2 and let me get $2 here, two and a half, two and a half, let me give you $2 and a half, $2 and a half, all in all done. Hand gonna be 205, 205, 7.5, 210, 210, 10, 10, then gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 215 here, hit a 215, gonna be 217 and a half, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 220, then gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 5, 5, hit a 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, sold it to you at 225, 250.33. No. Yeah. All right, let's little Jersey Angus cross heifer here, $2 a pound here, give me two, 185. 185, 150, and then 150, 150, 150, 150, 150 and 152 and a half, 152 and then 152 and a half, 155, 5, going to be 157 and a half, going to be 130 here, 132 and a half, going to be 135, 5, 137 and a half, 170, 170 here, and then going to be 132 and a half, going to be 135, 77 and a half, going to be 180 here, going to be 182 and a half, going to be 185, going to be 185, 187 and a half, going to be 190 here. 192 to hand, going to be 195, 5 high, 192 to hand, going to be 195, 192, then going to be 195, 2 to hand, going to be 195, 192, then going to be 192 to hand, going to be 195, 5, 192 and a half, 5, sold it to you, 192 and a half, 250 by 1, 5. There you go, spin it around. This one's going to be about 1370. Big finish steer here, ready to go. Char Angus cross. Here we go. 225, 225, 227 a hand, 221, 227 a hand, 225, 227 a half. Down that right there. Now 230, 232 to hang, going to be 235, 5, 237 a hand, going to be 240, 240, going to be 242 to hang, going to be 245, 47 a hand, 47 a hand, going to be 252 and a half, 255, going to be 255, 5, 5. Let's see what it weighs. I got 252 and a half here. See what it weighs. Got to be 255, 255, 5, 252, going to be 255, going to be 257 and a half, 257 and a half, going to be 260 here, going to be 250, 257 and a half, going to be 258, 258, 257 and a half, going to be 258, 257 and a half, 258, where, going to be 258, 257 and a half, going to be 258, all in, all done. Sold it to you, James, 257 and a half, 620, 257 and a half, 620. Yeah. A lot of beef. This one's probably 1,700 right now, I would guess. $2 here. Give me two and a hand. Two and a hand. I'm gonna give you 5, 5. I'm gonna be 2, 7.5. 210, 212. I'm gonna give you 215. I'm gonna give you 217 and a hand. Gonna be 220, 222 to hang. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 225, 227 and a hand. Gonna be 230, 230. Let's put it on the scale a minute. Gonna be 232 to hang, gonna be 235, 5, 237 to hang, gonna be 240, 240, 242 to hang, gonna be 245, 5, gonna be 245, 5, gonna be 247 to hang, gonna be 250, 252 to hang, gonna be 255, 5, 57 and a half, 260, 260 here, gonna be 230, 231, gonna be 232, 22, and then 232, 31, gonna be 232, 262, 263, gonna be 234, 44, gonna be 234, 44, 33, gonna be 234, 264, 263, gonna be 234, 44, gonna be 234, 233, gonna be 234, 264. Sold it to you 260, 258, 248, 248. Thank you. I think, is that the highest steer we've ever? I think 42 is our record. Breaking records today on steer. Heifer here. Yes, this is a nice fat heifer here. Let's get a weight on her. Open heifer. She's been on dairy feed. Okay, bring her back. 1180 on her. 1180. $2 here. Two down. Two and a give me two and a half. Two and a half here. 2 5 5 5 2 7 and a half. 2 7 and a half. Give me 2 10 10 10. Give me 2 12 and a half. Give me 2 15 here. Give me 2 17 and a half. 2 20 2 22 and a half. Give me 2 25 5 high. Give me 2 27 and a half. Give me 2 30 here and 2 32 and a half. 2 32 and a half. 2 30 here. Give me 2 32 and a half. 2 30 and a give me 2 32 and a half. 2 30 here. Give me 2 32 and a half. 2 32 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at 230 right over here. 627 627. Thank you. Yeah, another big heifer here. Okay, we got April 2024 heifer. Up to date on set. It's got a 7-way and pour on warmer. Good feet and legs on her. Red Angus Charolais cross. Super mellow. She's open okay, ready to breed. Here we go. What's that? Let's catch a weight on it, sure. Oh, thank you. Thank you. From the Mrazek Ranch. Yeah, Mrazek's. 1305, please bring it back. Here we go. Pretty fancy one here. 250 by the pound here. 250. 250 here. 225. 225. 225. $2 here. 222. 2 and a half. 205 here. Gonna be 2 7 and a half. Gonna be 2 10 10 10. 12 and a half. 215. 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. 222 to hang. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 30 here and 32 to hang. Gonna be 232 and a half. 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240 here. Gonna be 242 and a half. Gonna be 242 and a half. 242 and a half. 242 and a half. 240 here. Gonna be 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 247 and a half. Gonna be 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 250. 250. 250. 252 and a half. 255. 257 and a half. 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 260 here, 262 and a half, 262 and a half, 260 here, going to be 262 and a half, 260 here, going to be 262 and a half, all in, all done. Sold at 260, 63, 260, 63. All right, big boys, big boys. Let's catch a weight on them. Let's get an average on these guys. Grass-fed, Clyde Shetler cattle. You're good. Oh, never mind. You're going to be heavy, too, I think. 1610, you betcha. Yeah. Them things are solid as a rock. 250 here. 225, 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 230, 230, 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 235, 232 and a half, gonna be 235 here, gonna be 237 and a half. 240 here, gonna be 240, 242 and a half, 245, 245, and then I'm gonna be 247 and a half, gonna be 250 here, and then I'm gonna do 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 257 and a half, 260, 262 and a half, gonna be 265, 267 and a half, 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, 275, 275, 272 and a half, gonna be 273, 33, and then I'm gonna be 273, 33, gonna be 74, 275, 270, and then I'm gonna be 275, 276 here, and gonna be 277 here, and gonna be 277, 276 here, and gonna be 277, 276, 277, 276 here, and gonna be 277, 77, then I'm gonna be 277 all in, all done. Sold at 276 on the 248. 248, thank you. Broke the steer record again. Here we go, a little different deer here, different deal here. Black Angus, Red Tarantes cross. Little Tarantes in the ring here. It's a French breed. Tarantes, $3 a pound here. Give me 3, give me 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, $2, $2. 185, 185, 5. Shut that door. Shut the door. Get out of here and shut the door. He left the door open. Shut the dang door, please. Thank you. Don't need her in the cafe. Oh, $2 here. 185, 185, 185, 150, 150, and then I'm going to be 152 and a hang, going to be 185, 550, and a hang, going to be 130 here, going to be 132 and a hang, going to be 135, 5, 135, going to be 137 and a half, 170, 170, 172 and a hang, going to be 135, 5, 137 and a half, 135, going to be 137 and a half, 135, going to be 137 and a half, 137, and I'm going to be 137 and a half, 135, and I'm going to be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 135, going to be 137 and a half, half, sold her, 175, your way, 50-33. Open okay, heifer. Okay. Here we go, good black heifer here. 250 here. 250, 250, 50, 225, 225, 227 a half, 227 a half, 227 a half. Open heifer, 225, 227 a half, 230 here, 232 a half, 235, 237 a half, 240, 240 here, 240, 40, 242 a half. 45, 5, going to be 45, going to be 247, going to be 250, 250, 252 and a half, 250, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250, going to be 252 and a half. All in, all done. 250 your way, put it on 627, 627. Is this another one of the Galloway crosses here? Looks like it. 356. Yeah, it is. Another one here. You got split off the group. Let's catch a weight on him. I'm kind of baffled. He'll be 1,000, won't he? Oh, yeah. Bring him back. You betcha. Where's Bud at? Where's Bud at? 100 pounds of hair on him, right? Here we go. 225 here. 225, $2. $2, $2 here, little bit two there, little bit 205, little bit two and a half, little bit two and a half, $2 here, little bit two and a half, half, and little bit two and a half, $2 here, little bit two and a half, two and a half, now 205, little bit seven and a half, half. Little bit gonna be 212 and a hang, gonna be 215, gonna be 217 and a half, 220, 220, a little bit gonna be 22 and a hang, gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 227 and a half here, gonna be 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 230, a little bit gonna be 232 and a half, 230, a little bit 232 and a half, sold it to you 230 right here, 627, 627, and make a good, you get a nice rug off that one. Better than a bearskin. Nice steer here, 18 months old here. $2 here. Two. 185. 185. 185. 165. 135. 137 hands. 137 hands. 137 165. 137 hands. 137 hands. 137 hands. 137 gonna be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 135 gonna be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, all in, all done. 165 your way, 627. Wow, look at this one. He's gonna be heavy too. 475. Put him on the scale. Put him on the scale. Grass-fed beef right here. This one's from right out of pretty much in Terry's backyard. All right, bring him back. 1670, grass-fed. Been on that sumac water. You betcha. Here we go. Here we go. 225 here. 225, 5, 225, 225, 210, 210, 212 and a half, 215 here, going to be 217 and a half, going to be 220, 222 and a half, going to be 225, 227 and a half, 230, going to be 232 and a half, going to be 235. 237 hang, gonna be 240, 242 and a half, gonna be 242 and a hang, gonna be 245, 245, gonna be 247 and a half, 247 and a half, 247 hang, gonna be 250 here, gonna be 251, 252, 22, gonna be 253, 253, gonna be 254, gonna be 255, 5, gonna be 255, 254, gonna be 255, 254, 5, 254, gonna be 255, 5, 254, gonna be 255, 5, 254, gonna be 255, 5, gonna be 255, all in, all done. 254, 248, 254, 248. Thank you. Getting to those shorthorn bulls. Dwight Lewis, yeah, let's weigh him. I'd love to weigh him. Lewis cattle here. Pez. They'd make a good breeding bull, you betcha. $1,000-pounders, bring him back. $185 here. $185, 500. Gonna be $150 here. $150, 50, 50. $150, 150, 150 here. $150, 50, 50 right there. Now $152 and a half. $52 and a half. $52 and a half. Here gonna be $152 and a half. Gonna be $155, 155, 157 and a half. 167 and a half. What's that? Cut one. 157 and a half. We're cutting one. I got 160 all the way. 172 and a half. 170 cut one. 2.5. You got 172 and a half all the way, right there. Bill, you want to go $2 for cutting one? 172 and a half. It'll be 175. Gonna be 177 and a half. 177 and a half. Gonna be 180. 182 and a half. It'll be 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 181. Marv 181. 182. 182. It'll be 183. 33. It'll be 183. 182. 183. Gonna be 184. 184. 185. It'll be 185. 181. It'll be 185. 184. Here gonna be 185. 55. All in, all done. 184 right there. 250 buy. 33X. Pin them separate. You betcha. Bigger, bigger, bigger. We'll sell you a choice. Yeah. 180 here. 180 here. Give me 180, 180, 180. Give me 175. 175. Give me 175. 175. Give me 175. Give me 165. 165 right there. Now 177 a hand. 177 a hand. Gonna be 170 here. Gonna be 170. 172 to hand. Gonna be 175. 5. Gonna be 175. 177 a hand. 173. 174. Gonna be 175. Gonna be 175. 176 here. Gonna be 177. Gonna be 178. 180, 180 here, 179, gonna be 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 181, gonna be 181, 11, gonna be 181, who'd be 182, 182, 182, 182, 22, 183 here, gonna be 183, 182, gonna be 183, 182, gonna be 183 here, 182, gonna be 183, 182, gonna be 183, 183, all in, all done, be 182 right here, 627, and you're picking one out. Takes 483, thank you. Slam the door on him. There you go. 75 here. 165. 185. 165. 165. 150. 137 a hand, 137 a hand, 170 here, 170, 177 a hand, 170, 170, 177 a hand, 170 where, 167 a hand, 170 here, 177 a hand, 170, 170, 172 a half, 172 and a half, 171, 172, 172, 173, 330, 174, 174, 175, 55, 176 here, 177, 177, 170, 178, 179 here, 179, 99, 78, 79, 180, 180, sold it to you 179. 203 on 33X, pen them separate. 250 33X. Put them with the rest of them bulls. $2 here. Two. Another short horn bull here. Two. 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 Gonna be 185. Gonna be 187 a hand. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 187 a hand. Gonna be 190. 192 and a half. 195. 197 and a half here. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2 and 2 and a half. 205. 5. Gonna be 7 and a half here. Gonna be 210. 10. Who'd be 212 and a half. Gonna be 15 here and 17 and a half. 220. 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 230 here. Gonna be 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 5. 235. 237 and a half. 237 and a half. 237 and a half. 240. Gonna be 240. 40. 40. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. 40. 40. 40. 40. 237 and a half and 40. Sold it right here. 237 and a half. 360. Yeah, probably. Okay, what do we got? 3 steers here. Let's catch an average on them. Oh, Jim McRae, yeah. Mellow steers. Bring him back. 11:53 average. Here we go. We got 250 here. We get 250, 225, 225, 225 here. 225. Now 227 and a half. 227 and a half. 230 here. Going to be 232 and a half. 235, 235, going to be 237 and a half. 235, going to be 235, going to be 237 and a half. 235, I got you. 237 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. 237 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. 237 and a half. Going to be 240. 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Going to be 245. Going to be 245. 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 55. All in, all done. 242 and a half. Your way. 619. Put it on 619. Thank you. 513. McRae steer here. 250. 250. 250 a pound here. A little lighter than 235. Gonna be 235. 235. 235. 500. Gonna be 220. 20. Gonna be 220 here. Gonna be 220. 210. 10. 10. Gonna be 210. 10. Who'd have been $2? $2. Gonna be 2. 2. 2. Gonna be 2. 2. 2. Gonna be 2. $182. Now 2 and 2 and a half. $2 here. I'm gonna be 2, 2 and a half. Hands. I'm gonna be 2 here. Who'd be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. I'm gonna be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. I'm gonna be 2, 2 and a half. I'm gonna be 2, 2 and a half. I'm gonna be 2, 2 and a half. Now 5, 5, 5. I'm gonna be 2, 7 and a half. Who'd be 2, 10, 10. I'm gonna be 2, 10, 2, 7 and a half. 2, 10, 12 and a half. 215. 215. I'm gonna be 215, 10, 10. I'm gonna be 217 and a half. Here I'm gonna be 220. I'm gonna be 220, 20, 20. I'm gonna be 222 and a half. 220 here. I'm gonna be 222 and a half. All in, all done. 220 your way. 131. Open heifer. She's feeling good. She's feeling good. $2 here. 2, 2, 2, 2, 185. 185. 5, 185. Gonna be 150. 150. 150. 50. 50. 50. 150. 150. 150. 50. 50. Gonna be 145. 145. Gonna be 145. 120. 120. Here gonna be 122 to hand. Gonna be 120 here. Gonna be 122 to hang. Gonna be 120 here. Gonna be 125, 27 and a half, 127 and a half, 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. Here gonna be 130. Gonna be 132 and a half, 135. Gonna be 135, 5. Gonna be 137 and a half. Gonna be 140 here. Gonna be 140, 142 and a half, 145, 145, 5. Gonna be 147 and a half. Gonna be 147 and a half. Gonna be 150 here. Gonna be 50, 50, 50, 152 and a half. Junior 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, 160, 162 and a half. 130, and I'm going to be 132 to hang, and I'm going to be 132 to hang, 132 and a half, sold her 160 right there, 131. $625, $626. $150 here. 150. Now gonna be 152 to half. 152 to half. 152 and a half. $150 here. Gonna be 152 to half. 152 and a half. 52 and a half for one. 155. 157 and a half, going to be 160 here, going to be 132 and a half, going to be 135, 37 and a half, going to be 170, 132 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, going to be 177 and a half, 175, going to be 177 and a half, 177 and a half, going to be 180, 182 and a half, 185, going to be 187 and a half, going to be 190 here, going to be 192 and a half, going to be 192 and a half, going to be 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, going to be 197 and a half here, and going to be 198, 197 and a half, going to be 198, 198, going to be 199 here, going to be $2 here, going to be 222, going to be 201, 201, now 202, going to be 222, all in, all done, 201 right there, 627, you want one? Right there in the middle. Get your door. That the right one, Dave? This one here, guys. You want two? Oh, he'll take two. Takes the other big one. No. I think shut the door. Can you reset it? Do both? I gotta take a leak. Oh.
All right, we got one left. All right, $2, two, 195, 195, 195, 195, 180, 180. I have 180, now 181. 181, 180, now 181, 181, 181. So 180, get her out of here. No sale.
Yeah. Hey, looky here. We got the Watusi Longhorn Cross here. Heifer. Yeah, Terwisha cattle here. Here's the heifer. She's pretty good. Heifer's pretty good, manageable. Here we go. What do you want to be here? $2 a pound here. Here's your pasture pet here. $2 here. $185. There's only two of these here today. Only one heifer. $2 here. $185. $150 here. $150 and a half. 152 and a half. 150. $152 to hang. $155. $157 hang. $130 here. $132 and a hang. $135. 137 a hang. $137 a hang. $170 here. $170. 172 and a half. 175. 175. $177 a half. 137 a hang. $180 here. $182 and a half. Half hang. $185. 5 hang. $187 a half. 187 a hang. $190. 192 and $195. $197 a half. $2 here. $2 to hang. $5 hang. $7 a hang. $2 here. $212 and a half. $212 and a half. 15 here. $17 and a half. 220. 220 here. $222 to hang. $225. 5 high. $227 a half. $225. $225. $227 a half. Where's old Kenny Anderson? 225, going to be 227 ahead, 227 ahead, 225 here, going to be 227 a half, 225, going to be 227 a half, 225, going to be 227 a half, all in, all done. 225, Breckenridge, 617, thank you. Here's her brother, the steer. Bucks here, little bit two. Keep them together now. Little bit $2, little bit two. Little bit two. Little bit 185. One little bit 185. Fine. Little bit 185. Little bit 185. Gonna be 150. 50. Little bit 150. 150 here. Little bit 150. Little bit 125. Little bit 125. 5. Little bit 125. 125. One little bit 125. Little bit 127 half. Little bit 127 half. 25. Little bit 127 half. Half. 127 half. 127 going to be 127 ahead. 127 going to be 127 ahead. 127 going to be 127 and a half. 127 and a half. All in, all done. Want to do it, Kenny? Sold it to you 125 same way. Thank you. What did we miss? No. Holstein heifer. 370. 378. Big Dandy here. 175. 175. 5 high. 175. 175. 175. 165, 135, 500, 165, 136, 135, going to be 136 here, 135, 136 here, going to be 137, going to be 137, 77, going to be 138, 88, going to be 138, going to be 139, 169, 170 here. 170, 170, 171, a little bit, be 171, 1, a little bit, be 171, Marv 171, 130, gonna be 131, 130 here, gonna be 131, 1, all in, all done, 170. 250 by 5, 10, 250 on 10, 250, 10, 42, 42 to go. not too bad. I'm ready to get down to Herb Neiman's when this is all done. Here's a nice one here. Free Martin, don't buy her for a bidder. Here we go. $2 here. You're on them. 137 half, 170, 172 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, 135, 5, gonna be 177 and a half. Here you are, 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half. Here, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, gonna be 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, who'd be 192 and a half, gonna be 195, who'd be 197 and a half. $2, $2 here, gonna be 2, 97 and a half, gonna be 2, 187 and a half, gonna be 2. Sold it to you, 197 and a half. 197 half, 80, 258, 260, thank you. There's her brother. Yes. Oh, how about 185, 187 a hand, 187 a hand, 187 a hand, 185. How about that kid in the doorway? 187 and a half, got a steer. 187 and a half, what am I going to be? 187 and a half, going to be 190 here. Little going to be 192 and a half, little going to be 195, going to be 197 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2, little bit going to be 2, little bit going to be 2 and a half, $2 here, and a little bit going to be 2 and a half, all in, all done. Sold it to you, $2 same way, $2 same way. Holy smokes, look at this thing here. Let's turn him around. Steer. 185, 185, 185, 185, 150, 150, 152 to hang, gonna be 185, 87 hang, 187 hang, gonna be 160 here, gonna be 132 to half, 135, 137 hang, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 132 and a half, 175, 177 a hand, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 180, 177 a hang, gonna be 180 here, junior, 180 here, gonna be 177 a hang, gonna be 180, 177, gonna be 180, 180, 180 a hang, gonna be 180 here, 180 a hang, gonna be 180 here, 180 a hang, gonna be 180. Sold her 177 and a half, 131. It's gonna be Bob's new buddy there. Nice coloring on the heifer here. Open okay. Hey, $2 here. Maybe 165. Maybe 135. 135. 150 here. 125. 5. Maybe 127 a half. Maybe 125. Maybe 127 a half. 127 a half. 127 a half. 125. Maybe 127 a half. Maybe 130. 130. 130 here. Gonna be 132. Gonna be 135. Gonna be 135. Gonna be 137 a half. Gonna be 140 here. 40. 42 and a half. Gonna be 145, 145, 142, and gonna be 145, gonna be 147 and a half, 47 and a half, gonna be 150 here, and gonna be 150, 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 155, 155, 5, gonna be 157 and a half, gonna be 157 and a half, 87 and a half, gonna be 160 here, and gonna be 132 and a half, 162 and a half, 162 and a half, gonna be 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 5, gonna be 135, gonna be 137 and a half, 135, gonna be 1. Sold it to you 165, 131. Another heifer here. Buck 50 here. 150, 50, 50. Right there. And 150 do it. And 150 do it and a half. 152 and a half. 150 and 150 do it and a half. 52 and a half. Gonna be 152 and a half. 155, 5, 5. Hit a bit 155, 5, 5. Gonna be 157 and a half. 160, 160. Gonna be 132 and gonna be 132 and a half. Half here. Gonna be 132 and a half. Gonna be 132 here. Gonna be 132 and a half. Sold her to you 160, 131. A little nervous there. Yeah. There we go. Look at this fancy blue one. 65, 150, 150, 152 and 152 and a half, half, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, half, 2 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and 150, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, 160 here, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 5, 5, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, gonna be 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, half, gonna be 135, gonna be 135, 5, 77 and a half, 180, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 185, gonna be 185, 5, gonna be 187 and a half, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 192 and a half, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 5, 5, 195, 2 and a half, now 5, 192 and gonna be 195, all in, all done, all in, all done, 192 and a half right here, guys. 73, buyer 73, thank you. One ten here. Let me give you 12 and a half. Let me give you 10, 10. Let me give you 112 and a half. Let me give you 112 and a half. 110. Let me give you 112 and a half. Let me give you 112 and a half. Let me give you 112 and a half. Then you're gonna be 112 and a half. 110, 12 and a half. 110. Let me give you 112 and a half. Let me give you 110. Let me give you 112 and a half. 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 112 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at 110. Your way. 131. Terry, can you get up here for 2 seconds? I gotta go talk to Dave.
All right, what do we got here? A little steer. All right, $2 by the pound. $2 one. $1. 85. Now 6. 85. Now 6. 86. 86 to 7. 87 to 8. 88 to 9. 89 to 90. 90 to 1. 91 to 2. 92. 3. 93. 4. 95. 95. 5. No 6. 96. No 7. 97. 98. 98. 99 $1. $1. 101 no 2. 102. 102 no 3. 4. 104. 5. 6. 106. Now 7. 107 to 8. 108 to 9. 109 to 10. 110 to 11. 111 to 12. 12 to 13. 112 no 13. 13. Now 14. 14. 15. 16, 116, now 17, 117, no 18, 118, no 19, now 20, 120, 21, 22, 22, now 3, 23, no 4, 24, no 5, 125, 124, now 5, 125, now 6, 126, 7, 8, 128 to 9, 129, 129, sold 128 right down here. 6, what's your number? 631, 631. Oh. All right, what's you need out of this one? Save lungs. All right, $2. 150. I got 150. 60. Now 70. 65. Now 7. 175. 175. 185. 185. 185. 185. 185. 190. Now 5. 195. Now 2. $2. 2. 195. Now 2. $2. 2. Sold 195. 203 straight. All right, we'll buy the head, I think, here. $500. 500. 4. 2. 2. Now a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 250. 275. 300. 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and a half. 350 in the hallway. 350. 370. 375, 350, now 75, 75, now 80, 380, 390, 400, 405, now 10, 410, 450, 420, 425, 425, 50, now 500, 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half, now 75, 600, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half, 700, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, 750, 7 and a quarter now, 750, sold them 7 and a quarter. What's that no sale again? What was your number again? 631. Oh, what do we got here? A little bull calf. $500 for 2. 150. $150. 100. $100. Well, I don't even have. $50. 50. $50. 55. 60. 65. Now 70. 75. $75. 75. 75. 75, John. Now 80. $80. 80. Sold them $75. 203. All right.
Oh, here's another little one here. Cute little bugger. Here we go. $10 here. 10, 20. 10 down 20. 10 down 20. 30 here. 40 now. 50 here. 60 here. Gonna be 70, 70, 70, 60 now 70. 60. Gonna be 70. Where? I got him at 60. Need 70. All in all done. $60 in the door over here. What's your buyer number over there, buddy? 631. Thank you. Hey, we get into the pairs. $388, $389. We got here a Sim Angus cow. This is her first calf. Calf born late August, early September. 4-bar W genetics here. Grandmother placed at Nationals, the grandmother of the cow. Get the registration papers for a fee. This is her first calf. Sim Angus Bull will be the father of the calf. Here we go. Here we go for the pairs here. $4,000 here. $4,000. 38 on 35. 5. Gonna be 3,500. 3,500. 3,500. 35. Gonna be 35. 5. 3,000. 3. 3,000 here. Gonna be 3. 3. And 3. And 3. 800, 28, 28 here, 2,800, 25, 2,600, gonna be 27, 7, gonna be 28, 8, gonna be 29 here, hit with 3,000, gonna be 31 and 32. I'm going to be 34, 4, 4, 33, going to be 3,400 here, going to be 35, now 36 here, going to be 37, going to be 36 here, going to be 36 and a half, 36 and a half, going to be 36, 25, 5 high, 36 here, going to be 36, 25, 3600, going to be 36, 25, 5 high, going to be 36, 25, 3600 here, going to be 36, 25, now 36, 20, going to be 36, 25, 5 high, who to be 25, going to be 36, 25, all in all done, sold at 3,663. Here we go, we got that belted pair. Belted pair. You betcha, these are sweet. Little heifer calf, 1 month bred. I think she's bred to a Red Bull. Little Brahma belted heifer cross. 2,000. be $2,000 here. It'll be two, and then 21. 2,000. It'll be 2,100. It'll be 2,100. Now 2,200. It'll be 23. It'll be 2,300 here. It'll be 24. Who do be 24? Gonna be 25. Now 25. It'll be 25. 24. How about 24 and a quarter, ma'am? 24, 25. Gonna be 24, 50, 50, 50. Gonna be 24, 50, and 24, 75. 24, 24, 75. 24, 75 to 2,500. And gonna be 25 and a quarter. 25, gonna be 25, 5, 25, 50. Now 20. Gonna be 25, 50, and 25, 75, 500. Gonna be 25, 75. Gonna be 25, 75. Gonna be 2,600. 26, 20. Gonna be 26. 25, 5, gonna be 26, 25 here. Who'll be 26, 25 and 25, 6, 25, 26, 50, 26, 50, 26, 50, 26, 75, 5, gonna be 26, 75, 5, gonna be 26, 75, gonna be 26, 75, and 2,700. Now 27, 26, 75, gonna be 2,700, 26, 75, gonna be 2,700, and it'll be 27, 710, who'll be 27, all in, all done. So let's see at 26, 75, right there. You want to? 26.75 your way. We'll have the calf come back around. How about that? Buyer number. You have a buyer number? 608. 608. Can we get a back tag on that calf? On the calf. $519. All right, we're selling the calf. The red belted calf. $2 here. Two. What's that? We don't know. Probably 600 pounds, 500 pounds. Can we back it up a little bit, guys? Yeah. Can we push it back and then close the gate and put these two there? I don't care. We'll make Calf needs to come back in the ring. Bring them both in here and get them sorted. Crack your door. Just the cow goes out. There you go. Shut it. Yeah. As soon as that cow leaves, we'll get the calf weight. Unless somebody's looking and doing the math. I'm not. Okay, put the calf on. 315. Wow. Don't seem right, does it? Here we go. Be $4 a pound here. 350. 350. Be $3 here. Be 250. $2 here. 250 right there. 252 to hang. Be 255. 257 to hang. Be 260 here. 260 here. Be 232 to hang. Be 235. 267 and a half. Now 270. 272 to hang. Be 272 to hang. Be 275. 275. 272 to hang. Be 275. Be 277 and a half. 280. 280 here. Be 282 to hang. Be 282 to hang. Be 285. Be 287 and a half. 287 and a hang. Be 290. 292 and a half. 292 and a half. 295. Gotta be 297 and a half. Gotta be $3 here. 302 and a half. 307 and a half, hang, be 310 here, gonna be 312 and a half, gonna be 15 here, 17 and a half, 320, 322 and a half, gonna be 325, gonna be 327 and a half, 330 here, 332 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 40, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 350, 52 and a half, gonna be 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, all in, all done. 350, 63, 350, 63, thank you. Another pair here, another pair. Sim Angus bull calf, a week old. It's her first calf. You betcha, easy going. 35, 3,500. 35. 3,000, 333, 3,000 here, 33, now 31, 3,000, 31, 31 here, 3,000, 31, 2,000 here, 31, 32, now 32, 32, 3,300, 34, now 34, 35, 35, 34, gonna be 35, 34, 25, 34, 25, gonna be 34, 50, 34, 50, 34, 75, 34, 75, 34, 50, 34, 75, 34, 75, all in, all done. 34, 50, put it on Troy. 231, 381, thank you. Three months bred to a nice black bull here. $150 here. $125, 125, $1 here, $1 now, 2.5, $1 2 and a half, $5, gonna be 2 and 5, 7 and a half, gonna be 110, 112 and a half, gonna be 112 and a half, 115, gonna be 115, 117. 120, gonna be 20, 20, 122, gonna be 125, 127, gonna be 130 here, 127, gonna be 130, 127, gonna be 130, 127, gonna be 130 here, 127, gonna be 130, 130, 130, 130, all in, all done, sold at 127 and a half, 203 on 3. One month bred to a Red Angus bull. Here we go. Hey, be 125, $1, $1 here. Be 85 cents, 85 cents. 85, 85, 85, 65, then gonna be 85, 87 and a half, 70, now 70, now 72, then gonna be 72 to hang, gonna be 75, 75, 72 to hang, gonna be 80 here, gonna be 82 to hang, gonna be 85, gonna be 87 to hang, gonna be 90 here, gonna be 92 to hang, 95, 97 to hang, gonna be 1, now 2 to half, 5 here, gonna be 7 and a half, 110, 112 and a half, 112 and a half, 110, gonna be 112 and a half, 110, gonna be 112 and a half, then 110, gonna be 112 and a half, 110 here, gonna be 112 and a half, all in, all done, 110, 203 on 3x, 203 on 3x, 110. 3 months bred to a Sim Angus bull. $135, 137 hand, 137 hand, 137 hand, gonna be 140 here, 140, 142 to hand, gonna be 145, 147 hand, gonna be 150 here, gonna be 152 to hand, 57 and a half. Hold that door a minute. Just hold the door shut, isn't it? 57 and a half, 160 here, gonna be gonna be 135, 137 hang, gonna be 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, 175, 177 hang, gonna be 180, 182 to hang, gonna be 182 to hang, gonna be 185, gonna be 187 hang, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 187 hang, gonna be 192 and a half, 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, 190 here, okay, she can go out, 190 here, gonna be 192 to hang, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 192 to have, all in, all done, sold at 190, your way, hit 131. Yeah, start with him, yeah. Start with him, yeah. Here's that fancy one here. Registered. Never mind, not that paper. This one right here. On 8/25/25, confirmed the black cow pregnant June 20 AI breeding date. So she's bred June 26, confirmed on 8/25. E and B +1. She got a heifer calf in her. AI bred, fancy AI breeding here. So was she 2 months bred? So since June 26, June, July, August, September, she's about 3 months bred. Limb flex. Here we go. 3,000 here. By the head. 3,000. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 3,000 here. Gonna be 3. 25. Gonna be 2,500 here. Gonna be 25. 2,000. Now 21. 2,000. Gonna be 2,100 here. Gonna be 22. Gonna be 23. Gonna be 24. Gonna be 25. 6 here. Gonna be 26 here. 25. Gonna be 2,600. 25. Gonna be 2,600 here. 25. Gonna be 26. 25. 26 here. 25. Gonna be 26 here. 25. Gonna be 2,600. 25. Gonna be 26 here. 25. Gonna be 26 here. 25. Gonna be 2,600. 25. Gonna be 26 here. 25. Gonna be 26. Sold her 25. Your way, Al. 476. Open cow. Buck 25. 127 and a half. 127 ahead. 127 ahead. 130 here. 130, 30. Gonna be 132 and a half. Gonna be 132 and a half. 132 and a half. Gonna be 135. 5. Gonna be 135. 132 and a half. 133 here. Gonna be 134. 135. 136 here. Gonna be 137. 138. And then I'm gonna be 138. 8. 138 here. Gonna be 139. Gonna be 139. 140. 141. 142. And then I'm gonna be 142. 143 here. Gonna be 142. Gonna be 143. 142. Gonna be 143. Sold her 142. 203 buy. 7. Eight months, huh? Sweet. 2,500. 25, 2,000, 2,000, 1,800 here, 15, 15, 1,500 here, 15, 15, 15, 1,000, 1,000 here, 1, 1, 1, 1, now 112, 1,100, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100 here, 1,000, she's about ready to sit down and have that calf. Here, gonna be 1,100 right there. Gonna be 12 here. 13, 14, 15 here. Gonna be 15, 14. Gonna be 15, 15, 14 and 15, 16 here. Gonna be 16, 15. Gonna be 16, 15. Gonna be 16, 15, 16, 16, 15, 16, 15. Gonna be 16. Where 15? Gonna be 16. Cheap cow, cheap, cheap, cheap. 15. Gonna be 16. All in, all done. 15 on 4. 15 on buyer 4. Are you want it? Are you want to be? You want to be 15.25? We'll get her done. 15 on 4. 1,500 buyer 4. Open cow must be guaranteed. Buck 10 here. Gonna be 12 and a half. Gonna be 110. Gonna be 112 and a half. Gonna be 112 and a half. Gonna be 115 here. 15. Gonna be 17 and a half. 117. Gonna be 120. 122. Gonna be 122 and a half. Gonna be 125. Gonna be 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. 130 here. Gonna be 132 and a half. 35. 135. 5. Gonna be 137 and a half. 135. Gonna be 137 and a half. 135. 36. 37. 38. 139. 38. 138. 8. You want to be 138? Sold at 137. But on 131. Holstein heifer. Buck 60. 135. 135. Buck 50. 150 here. 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 145, 145. Marvin, what do you think here? And then I'm going to be 150, 150 here. And then I'm going to be 150, then I'm going to be 150, 150, 150. Then I'm going to be 150, 50, 50, 145, 5, I'm going to be 146 here, 145, 146 here, 146, 147, 8, 149, 150, 151. I'm going to be 152, 52, 52, 22. Yes, sir. 150. 153, 52, gonna be 153 here, and then gonna be 153, gonna be 154, 4, gonna be 153, no 154, 153, gonna be 154, all in all done, 153, 7 by 5, 7 by 5, 7 by 4. It's gonna be Larry Gadboy, Main and Jew here. We're gonna see about 4 of Main and Jew Angus feed from this guy next month. This one's open. Here we go. Oh, this is Alan Miller's. I guess I lied to you. Is it the right 536 in there? Alan Miller cow. Angus Shorthorn Cross. Here we go. Give me 145. 146 here. 146 here. 146. 147. 8. 149 gonna be 150, 150, 50, 50, 151, 52, 53, 53, 54, 54, 155, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 160, 131, 132, 33, 33, 33, 32, 33 here gonna be 133, 134, 135, 136 here, 137, 138, 137, 138, 130 sold it to you 167 your way, 74, 74. One month bred here, Sim Angus cow. Simmental cow, 1 month bred. Buck 35, 136, 135, 136, 135, 136, 137, 137, gonna be 138, 8, gonna be 139, 140, 140, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 5, 146 here, gonna be 145, 147, 148, 149, gonna be 140. 151, 51, 52, 22, going to be 153, 33, going to be 154, 155, 156 here, going to be 157, going to be 158, 88, 158, did you say 158, 88, going to be 157 and 158, all in, all done. Sold her 157, 250 straight. Mr. Drinkwater cattle. Hereford heifer, it says. I don't think that's right. Here we go. 135 here. 135, 5, 5, that'll make it be 125, 5, 5, that'll make it be 125, 110, 110, 10, gonna be 12 and a half, 10 and a half, 110, gonna be 112 and a half, 10, here to be 12 and a half, 115, 117 and a half, gonna be 120 here, gonna be 122, 10, that'll make it be 125, 5, 5, 125, gonna be 127 and a half, 130, 132 and a half, gonna be 135. And a hand gonna be 140 here, 142 and a hand gonna be 145, 47 and a hand, 150, 150, 147 and a hand gonna be 148, 88, and then here to be 148, all in, all done, 147 and a hand, sold it to you. 203 buy. 11, 203 on 11, thank you. Three-month spread. This one here. Here we go. Gonna be 110, 110, 12 and a half. 10, going to be 12 and a half, going to be 15, 15, 15, 117 and a half, going to be 120, and 1. Going to be 125, going to be 127 and a half, going to be 130 here, going to be 132 and a half, going to be 135, 137. 137 and going to be 140, 142 and a half, going to be 142 and a half, 41, 42, going to be 143, 33, going to be 144, going to be 145, 6 here, going to be 146 here, 145, 146, 145, going to be 146, 147, 149, going to be 148, 88, going to be 149 here, going to be 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, 151, 151, 50 here, going to be 151, all in, all done, 157 on 4. Look at this fatty. Turn around, turn around. 548. Huge cow here, huge cow. 150, 150, 151, 151, 152, 22, gonna be 152, gonna be 152, 154, 155, gonna be 156 here. 158, 159, city here, 131, city 2, 22, gonna be 133, 134, 165, city 6 here, 137, gonna be 138, 139, gonna be 170, 171, 131, 131, gonna be 131, 131, gonna be 131, all in, all done. 170 your way. Thanks, Kurt. That worked out good. $1.50 here. 135. 135. 30. 130. Gonna be 132 and a half. 135. Gonna be 135. Gonna be 137 and a half. Gonna be 140. 42 and a half. Gonna be 145. 47 and a half. 1. 52. 53. 54. 55. 54. 56 here. Gonna be 56 here. 55. Gonna be 156. 155. 156. Sold it to you. 155. 203 buy. 7x. 203 on 7x. 7x, 11x, 11x. $532. Simmental cow, Simmental cow. Gonna be 127 and a half, 25, gonna be 127 and a half, half, 25, gonna be 127 and a half, 25, gonna be 127 and a half, 125, gonna be 127 and a half here, 130 here, 130, 132 and a half, and 135, gonna be 135, 5, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, 140 here, gonna be 140, 40, 40, 130, 40, and 141, 142, 142, 2, gonna be 143, gonna be 144, 4, 4, gonna be 145, 5, 5, 145, gonna be 146, 146, gonna be 147 here, gonna be 148, 88. 48 gonna be 149, 149 gonna be 150, 150 here gonna be 151, little gonna be 151, 150 here gonna be 151, 151, 51, 52, 22, little gonna be 153, 33, 153, sold her 152, your way, 250 straight. This is a 7-month bred one, I bet. 477, yes sir it is. Red heifer to a Sim Angus bull. 7 months bred here, gonna be 2,000, 2,000 here, gonna be 2,100, gonna be 21, 2,000, gonna be 2,100 here, gonna be 21 here, gonna be 22, 2,200, 23, now 24, now 25, gonna be 26 here, gonna be 27, who to be 27, gonna be 28 here, who to be 28, 27, gonna be 28, 2,700, gonna be 27 and a quarter here, gonna be 27, 25, 27 here, gonna be 27, 25, 27, 25, 27, 25, all in, all done. Sold at 2,700 fellas up there. Going to the Sturks, right? 632, 632, thank you. Trinity Farms brand on it. Here's Kelly Fume here. 467, got a registration paper right here. Born in 2019, Sim Angus. Open. $1.50 here. 150, 150 here. 145, 140, 145, 5, 5, 5, 145, gonna be 140. 141, little bit, gonna be 141, 140 here, gonna be 141, and 142, 22, little bit, gonna be 143, 144, 144, gonna be 145 here, gonna be 147, 148, gonna be 149, 150, 151, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. One city, one city, one city, 59 gonna be 160, 159 gonna be one city where? 159 gonna be 160, all in, all done. 159, 203 by on 7X, alright, 7X. Says, can you read all the writing on the note or not? Can you get all the rest of the writing on your computer? Okay. Betsy in the ring here. Sure does look like a heifer. Here we go. Must be halter broke here. 165. Gonna be 136 here. 135 gonna be 136. 135 gonna be 136 here. Gonna be 135 gonna be 136. 135 gonna be 136 here. 136 here. 135 gonna be 136. 137. 137 gonna be 130, little bit gonna be 139, 139 gonna be 170 here, it'll be 131, little bit gonna be 131, 132, 22 gonna be 132, 131, 2, 172, 131 gonna be 132, 133, little bit gonna be 134, 4, 4, it'll be 174, now 174, 175 here, gonna be 175, 176 here, gonna be 177, 77, 177 gonna be 178, 179, 179 gonna be 180 here, it'll be 181, little bit gonna be 182, 183 here, gonna be 184, gonna be 184, 185. Here gonna be 187, gonna be 188 here, gonna be 189, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 191, 191, 190 here, gonna be 191, all in, all done, sold her 190. Your way 626, 626, thank you. 476. 2 months bread. $1.35, 135, 130 here, gonna be 125, 5, gonna be 125, 125, 120, 120, 20, 20, gonna be 110, 10, 10, here, gonna be 110, 110, $1 here, gonna be $1, what there? Now 2.5, now 5, gonna be 107 and a half, gonna be 110, gonna be 12 and a half, gonna be 15, 117 and a half, 120, Terry, can you see him? 122 to hang, gonna be 125, 5, 125, 5, 127 and a half, 125, is he saying it? 1/3, 27 and a half. 125 gonna be 127 and a half. 125, 126 gonna be 127. 128, 129, 130 gonna be 131, gonna be 132, 133, 134, 135, 135, 136, 137, 138 gonna be 138, 88, 137 gonna be 138, 137 gonna be 138. Sold at 137 your way. 500. 2.5-year-old bull. 2.5-year-old, he's a beauty right here. $1.85. 185. 185. 5. 180. 180. 180 here. Let's get right down to it. 180. 180. 180. 175. 175. 175. 175. 5. 175. 176 here. 175. 176. 175, gonna be 176 here, 175, gonna be 176 here, gonna be 177, gonna be 177, 77, gonna be 178, 179, 179, gonna be 180, 181, gonna be 182, gonna be 183, gonna be 184, gonna be 185, 186 here, gonna be 187, gonna be 186 here, gonna be 187, 186 here, gonna be 187, 186 here, gonna be 187, 710, 186 here, gonna be 187, 186, 87, all in all done. 186, 607, 186, 607. Big old red Angus bull here. Is this the Pearson bull? $3.99. I think so. Oh, that's the John Gabato bull. It's the 4-year-old bull that's been on Facebook. Yep. Buck 85. 185 here. 185. 180 here. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 175. 175. 135. 135. 5. Going to be 165. Going to be 135. 5. 135. 5. Going to be 135. 136. 135. Going to be 136 here. 135. Going to be 136 here. 135. Going to be 136. 136 here. Are you saying 166, 167? It'll make it be 138 here. Going to be 139, high 9. Going to be 139. Going to be 139, 170, 171, 172. Going to be 173. Going to be 134. Going to be 135, 5, 135, 5, Going to be 175, 175. 176 here. Going to be 176 here. 75, 176 here. 175. Going to be 176. 175. Going to be 176. All in, all done. 175, 7 bulls. 175, 7 bulls. 3-year-old proven bull. 3-year-old proven bull. $444. Neighbor bull. Buck 85. Gonna be 185. 185, 185, 185, 185, 180, 180 here, going to be 1, going to be 1, going to be 180, 180, 180, 175, 5, going to be 135, 135, 5, 170, 170, 165, going to be 135, going to be 136 here, 135, 136 here, going to be 137, 77, going to be 138, going to be 139, 99, 170, 171, 171, 11, 172, going to be 133, going to be 133, 33, going to be 132, going to be 133, 174, 175, 175, 5, going to be 176 here, 135, going to be 176 here, going to be 176, 175, going to be 176, 175, going to be 176, all in, all done. 175, 7 bulls, 175, 7 bulls. They're bringing more on Wednesdays, I think. The bulls. No, they're bringing more money on Wednesdays. Pearson cattle here. Young bull. 175, 175, 5, a little lighter here, going to be 175, going to be 135, 165, 165, going to be 150 here, going to be 150, 50, 150, and 152 and a half, 150, going to be 152 and a half, going to be 155, going to be 157 and a half. Going to be 160 here, going to be 160, 160, 160, 160, 160, 162 and a half, 165, 165, 165 here, going to be 135, 133, going to be 134, 135, 5, 135, 5, 136, 167. Do you want to do 167, 137, and 138? 169, going to be 170 here, going to be 171, going to be 171, 172, going to be 173, 174, 173 junior, 174, 173, going to be 174, 174, 173, going to be 174, all in, all done. 173 on 636. 636. Gracias. Look at this Brahma Angus cross bull here. Don't let him jump out of here, huh? 165. 136 here, going to be 135, 136, 137, 138 here, going to be 139, going to be 170 here, 171, going to be 132, going to be 173, 174, 175, going to be 176 here, 177, going to be 138 over here, 139, 99, going to be 180, 180, 180, 181, 181, 182, going to be 183, going to be 184, going to be 185, going to be 186 here, going to be 187, 187, junior. 188 here, going to be 189, 99, going to be 189, 188, going to be 189, 188, 189, all in, all done. 188, 7 bulls, 188, 188, 7 bulls. That'll do her. That'll do her, guys. Thanks for coming in. We'll see you in October. Good sale today.